Is it really that late again?
Hey there, Sintered. It's a very basic rule. Just don't be an idiot. Which sometimes is a little bit harder than you might think. Alright, alright. Is... No, that is off. Perfect. Alright, alright. Is it this late again? It sure is this late again. Toyo Yacht, hello there. Welcome as well. Profi-Spieler, hello there. Atmanch, hello there as well. Good. Rafael on the YouTube side, hello there as well. Oh, I had a great day. I didn't do shit. No comment? Yeah. Nah, I planned a little day of relaxing. Rietta, hello there. Welcome. Alright. That's all up. Pum. So what's the linguistic difference between I didn't do shit today and I did literally shit today? Well, literally doing shit means we actually did something productive. I did not do anything productive today at all. Except of playing Path of Exile. And trying to level up my character, which is actually working again. Which I'm kind of happy about. Alright. Let's have a look. That's going over there. Lamps are on. Yes. Cameras on. Yes. Let's just get going. Wait, did I? Nope. It's still unbranded content. And doing something where you're not doing anything, one of those time machines games, making you skip through your day. Yep, pretty much. Alright, let's get going. Good evening, Twitch, and welcome back to Factorio. There's still random shit on my desk. Go away, random shit. I don't need to see you right now. Put it over there. Good. You saw nothing. Yeah, the scroll balls also still around. I'll fix that at some point in time. Let's also maybe boot you up real quick. There we go. That should be all good to go. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to continue our lovely little game of Factorio over here, because there is still so much to do. By the way, I had to deactivate another mod. I don't think I've updated the link yet, but somebody else in my Discord was trying to get this all over here to work. And it turns out that the Tin Legacy mod, which we installed for... I've got no clue why we installed this. Had an update going for it. And that update is now pulling in a... It's not in here yet, but if we would check this on the mod portal, it will pull in a new dependency, and that new dependency apparently breaks a whole bunch of things around. So Tin Legacy has been deactivated. The only thing Tin Legacy did is I've got no clue what it actually did. It spawned that one tin ore that was going around, which we can't use, which does nothing for us. So it's out, but that will be fine. There's also some random updates. Here, there we go. We can see it over here now. Yeah, the Beezy Lip is now in there. This mod is required but not active. I'm not quite sure why that is in there. I'm still not quite sure what this mod actually does for us, but we just didn't update that. And we just kicked it out. There were a whole bunch of other smaller updates. I actually never really checked these out. Waterway shortcut icon. Here we go. HD boat graphics with color tint. Ooh, that could be cool. But I don't think I will be updating this today. I'm not feeling like it. There we go. And then mini-me. Added optional dependencies for the new character mods. Chef Kawasaki character. Alright, maybe. Revert blacklisting services with RSO. Why the fuck does mini-me have anything to do with RSO? Our servers should be auto-ignored by RSO because they are too small. Alright. Interesting. Yeah, that mod will, at some point in time, that mod will explode. And then Yuoki got a small update as well. But this over there is... Re-enabled fuel canisters and adjusted values. Decreased diesel stack size. Made mod chemical plant circuit connectable. Add second fluid input. Alright. Maybe. We'll see about that. For now, let's just continue on where we were. Just load it. It'll be fine. Good. The tin mod is out. What did we lose? We lost tin ore. The resource. We lost the item. We lost the recycling recipe. And we lost Tiberium transition to tin ore. It did nothing for us. It absolutely did nothing for us. So it's gone now. Which also means that the little field over here at the bottom over here is now also gone. Which also actually kind of means that we had a little bit of a contamination somewhere. That's probably fixed by now as well. I'm not quite sure where the contamination was, but that is gone now as well. So we don't need to worry about that at all. Good. I think last time around we were mostly working on our train system a little bit. And I think we got our smelting up and running finally. We're not really using much of this smelting over here yet. It's still all going into bins for now, and it just sits over there on a belt. But I think the most important thing we should get going right now is to get our tin processing going. I remember we made this thing at the end. This lovely machine over there that is there to process our mineral sludge. That was the last thing we did. Why are you not operating yet? Because you're waiting on coal. Ah, there we go. And we made the coal train for that and the coal outpost for that, and that is filling up. So that will be coming in hopefully soon as well. Alright. And of course, we could use the coal over here from the Tiberium fields. We just kind of didn't do that. But I think getting the tin up and running is going to be more important because science is dead. And we kind of want to get through a whole bunch of science today, because our main objective for today is to actually get to some better bots. We can see the robot speed upgrade over here. Actually, kick all of this out. We don't need any of this. We should focus on bots for today. We want to get into plastics. We want to get into robotics, which gives us access over here to the flying robot frame. Consumer robotics, we don't really care about that. This also is going to open up things like modules, but most importantly, it's going to open up things like robots worker speed. We're going to get into actual first... Oh, these are way earlier than expected. The logistic bots are hidden behind blue. Alright, but these are the advanced... No, wait a minute, they're not. They're right over there. Never mind. This seems all to be a little bit closer than expected, but actual proper bots coming in sooner than later. I kind of thought we really had to go into blue tech for that, but apparently not. Blue tech is on the horizon. For that, we need to make red circuits. Ah, that's the one thing that's missing over here. And the things we are researching over there will definitely get us closer to our red circuit tech over there as well. So that will be fine as well. We can see the quality mod too. We can. I mean, I saw the speed module over there. Ah, the pollution cleaning module over there. The pollution producing module over there. There's the quality mod. Ah, looking forward to this one. What is the purple one? Voidality mods. What do you do? Oh, that's for void crafting and stuff like that. Yeah. Yes. why is that dependent on quality? I've got no clue. You also got the quality unlocks over there, the higher tier ones, and then we can go all the way up to a quality 5 module. And the quality 5 module over there does 5% quality on its own. Wow, that's pretty powerful actually. Which would also mean, wait a minute, how far does that go? If we now go and have a look over here at, let's have a gander at mods real quick. Where would they be? Are they in here? No. Are they in there? No. I could control F it. I know. Let me ponder. Huh. They're not on the signals, not on the Tiberium. They're not intermediates. They're not in here. Oh, no, we can definitely see them because we can see the trains and everything. Equipment, environment, colony, weapons, fluids. They should be in here, right? Am I going blind again? I might be going blind again. Unless they are... Alright, we're gonna look for them. I see parts of them over here, but this is something else, okay. Quality. Oh, there's an icon, right over there. See, I'm going blind. Alright, so... a tier 1 module over there does 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, 5%. That is straightforward. And then a legendary one goes all the way up to 2.5% over there. And a legendary tier 5 one goes all the way up to 12.5%. That is a lot. That is a fuck ton. I mean, 4 quality modules on a tier 3 assembly machine will give you like a 50% quality increment, which is huge. Absolutely huge. I'm not quite sure if we got any other machines out there that have more module slots. I think the higher tier assembly machines actually do get more slots, because I'm pretty sure that starting with tier, module slots 2, you have 0, 2. We can actually check real quick. Because we get assembly machines all the way up to tier 5, I think. Tier 6 even. You got 2 slots, you got 3 slots, 4 slots, 5 slots, 6 slots. That would be all the way going up to quality level of 75%. Wow. And you're messing with the void. Of course you want quality before doing so. Yep. Electronic assembly machines also get quality, but I don't think we really want to deal with quality and intermediates. That's only gonna be an absolute pain in the arse. I don't think quality is balanced at all with Pops and Angels, but I don't think it's run about balance. Nah, it's definitely not. I do hope that that will become a little bit more balanced over time. I mean, that's still a big thing that is still a big problem with quality and some of the older mods. Some of the older mods didn't really do quality. I mean, quality has not been around since that long. But what they did is to make faster machines, you just get like more advanced machines. And now with quality, if you have it in there, you get in this weird position where you get like fast machines that can also get the quality bonus. It's basically a stacking bonus now. That will make some of these machines go ludicrously fast. But at the end of the day, do we really mind in this case? I don't think we do. Alright. Oh yeah, I forgot about these things in the pocket. Let's set up a little bit of tin processing, because we got a big issue with tin. We also still got a big issue over here. I think the biggest issue over here with us having to deal with this was that there were like flamer biters over there that could do fire damage. There's still the electric spawners over there and electric worms over there. But I think the fire worms are actually gone, because I think those came out of Rampart. Unless they are still around. They might still be around. What is this orange thing? That's electric spitter. Alright, what are you over there? Electric spitter. Devitalized biter spawner. Alright, that's also a thing apparently. And then we got all the oil over there and everything. Let's have a look at you real quick. Those are the... Well, we found our girlfriend. She was hanging out with the ice dudes. Alright, fair enough. There she is. Alright. But let's just get set up tin processing real quick. And we still need to do a whole bunch of pocket crafting. I do want to get out of pocket crafting ASAP, because it's getting on my nerves. I'm getting really annoyed by it, to be perfectly honest. That we are pocket crafting so much random bullshit the entire time. We also got a whole pocket full of toys we need to get rid of. So let's maybe get rid of these toys real quick. We got the burner chest for this. There we go. There we go. And there we go. And there we go. Maybe these the other way around. There we go. And there we go. And then put all of these in there. Bum, 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 bum. There's not Fizz. Hello there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, at least that is a little bit more pocket space. But the one thing that we're always missing is iron. And actually, there's no more iron over there. Because this entire base over here is slowly but surely... not really dying out, but we're slowly but surely are calling it over here for this base. And actually, if you're gonna think about it, we technically no longer need this. So we can start picking stuff up. And we're just gonna start rebuilding what we need over there. Wily Coyote!
Good evening at Bold Viking.
Which also means we could start picking up some of these smelters. I don't think we need to pick up the smelters right now. Oh, Wily Coyote, thank you so much for the resub, mate. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, also because the sphere of tide over there is just completely gone. There's maybe a little bit left over there, here and there, but it's basically gone. There's nothing left over there. Alright, well at least now we got like our 5 ore sorting facilities. Actually we only need 4 of them, so that is good. So let's set that up real quick. And then on top of that, of course, we need one more train station over there, which I think we can maybe build. We'll see about that. Let's just get going with this one over there first. It'll be fine. Alright, what do we get with this again? We get tin ore, and we also get leafia salts. Leafia salts will be very important later on, but I guess for now, we just need to bunker them. So, we are just gonna start to bunker them. And I guess this will be a yellow belt, because we already used a yellow belt over here, and it just makes a lot of sense to turn this into a yellow belt. I just kind of realized that there is a bit of an angle over here. I'm kind of thinking of maybe turning this over here into this kind of recycling over there. Into the sphere of touch recycling, because we can. Yeah, let's pick this up again real quick. Sorry about that. Keep these guys over there, and then we just make a... We actually don't need to make a copy of that. We got them over here, right? There we go. What's the correct distance over there? So this is 1, 2, 3, and then 4. So 1, 2, 3, and then 4. So it will be over here somewhere. That seems doable. You over there. Your main input is going to be... Basically what we're doing over there, it's going to be the antitide processing, and your main output over there is going to be tin ore. Pum. Where was that? It's over there. Good. Was it over there? No, it's over there. Tin ore. There we go. And then this guy over there, we can just rewrite you real quick. There we go. Your main input is going to be crushed spheroid, and your main output is going to be iron ore. There you go. And we just update you real quick. Because then we can just place down another train station over here. Another one to request over there. Let's make sure that this is the same distance, because I kind of like this distance over here. And also the distance over here. The distance over here between the stations and over there between the machines is perfect. Actually, you're off by 1. Because this is a bit closer. But overall... Is this the same angle? No, it's not, but then we should definitely move you over by 1. There you go. So it's 1, 2, it's over here, right? Yeah, it's over there. Good. And then we can keep you like this and keep you like that. And then we can keep this and that and that and that. Good. And set you up over there for the special ore. Which is it? It is this stuff. There we go. Perfect. Build it by hand. I don't want to, but we have to. Alright. Also, I just kind of realized I have not even eaten anything today yet. Wait a minute. That might be troublesome for later on. I'm getting kind of hungry right now. Fuck. It's 7 p.m. Well, 8:30. Or 7:30. I could just order something real quick. Yeah, I'll order something on the side. There we go. There we go. Not like full food, but I think I'll just order some quick sandwiches. Yeah, let me... Where are they? Frisch und fertig. There we go. Click the correct button. We could also... Yeah, we can. Let's make a copy of you over there, like this. Here we go. Then we know that you will be over there. Your red wire does not go to there. Your red wire goes over there, and over there. Then we can skip the radar. We only need one radar over there. We can place these. Thank you for turning it around. We can place these. Thank you for turning it around. There we go. And then this and that and this. We don't have these in our pocket. Can we make those real quick? Where were they again? They were over there. We can make one. We need one more. For that, mostly we need iron and steel. That is on top. Alright. That will be quick food over there. Just need to put something in there real quick so that I have everything I need for tomorrow. Maybe an Easter bunny? Oh god, they got expensive. No. I kind of remember like last year, or that's 2 years ago. 2 years ago, after Easter, when I was ordering groceries online, they were kind of like selling all the Easter stuff for like 99% off. I got like 10 Easter bunnies. Alright. Then make one more of these, please. Yeah, let me do this one real quick. Let's also do this one real quick. There we go. Wally! Hello there! Welcome. Excuse me? We're being attacked? It's been a while. Wait, how did we get attacked over there? What? Was there a remnant of rampants? No, this... I think this was a settlement group. Because we did... Yeah, that's a settlement group. Look at this. They wanted to resettle over there. So that can still happen. Alright. Yeah, let me just fill this one up real quick with a couple of things. Yeah, put in 2 of these. Put in these. Then we don't need to worry about that. Breakfast. Well, we're basically getting breakfast now. What else is there? Oh, the backwaren. These will probably be off. No, they're not, but I'll take them. Alright. And then, how about... Is it the only one they have? No, there we go. What does it make? Is that enough for minimum delivery? It sure is. Go for it. Remove that. The inventory is so small for Bob's natures considering the armor. Yep, but there's still research we can do, which you just didn't do. Let me just press some buttons real quick. That goes over there, that goes over there. It's gonna be paid by, not this, by this, please. Do I need to put in my password? I sure as fuck do. Alright, one moment, please. Bum. And then bum. Should have probably sorted this out before the stream. But I was kind of busy with playing Path of Exile. Yeah, that's all on me. I'm so sorry about that. Alright, and then 2-factor authentication. Put that over there. Pay for it, please. And it's done. So are we watching someone streaming their Uber Eats order? No, it's not Uber Eats. It's groceries. Yeah, I mean, just as like one of those ready-to-go sandwiches. I don't really want to eat like a full-blown meal over here right now, because that will be too much. All right. But we got all the parts we now need to finish off this part over there. So let's get that going real quick. Do we got splitters and stuff like that? We can make some. Yeah, make these. How much pocket belt do we have? Not a lot. We should probably start setting up the belt build again. There we go. Kizzy up! Hello there! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, let's put you over there. This technically should... If we're putting a yellow belt in, then we're also going to be putting a yellow belt out, as we do over there. Which will make a lot of sense. Also because we can't actually pull a yellow belt the entire way. Also, where did that little girlfriend run off to again? Ah, fuck, there she is. I did not miss you. I was kind of happy you were gone, and then you just showed up in that exact moment. There we go, there we go, there we go. Put you over there, and you over there. Mikhail, hello there as well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, not quite sure if we're actually going to be fully building this one over there yet, but we can at least put on the power poles. There we go, so the power over here transfers over. We can put in some of the lamps, at least 4 of them, because that's how many I have in my pocket. And then also make sure that we can do this and that and this. She smells my fear. Oh no. Alright, these slats for there, those slats for there. This can stay a white belt, because it doesn't need to go that fast. Pum 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 pum. Do we got... Yeah, we need 2 of these at least. Because we'll need the yellow splitter over there and the yellow splitter over there. Alright, alright, that's looking good. Let's finish up the station up here real quick. And actually, the moment we finish up the station, it should immediately get going, because that's all the parts that we're missing over there. And then with that little bit of yellow belt we have remaining. There we go, that should be enough. There's no train going right now, because I think there's no train available. Are you going to set up a Ferris line for your steel plates? We have a Ferris line. That's right over here. That's already done over there. And we're already doing steel and iron over there. It's not a lot at the moment. It's just like a little bit. But at least it gets us going. I mean, we could also process the spheritite over there into there. I'm just keeping this open for now, in case we want to do that. But I don't think we really need that right now. Then we also got a little bit of this bias situation over there. Let's fix that real quick. There we go. Oi! That'll make that over there a little bit easier. I mean, we do check both inventories individually if we need to order in a train. But if we only like unload like one side of the belt, then you can already see what's going to happen. We are only going to be like our max speed. We're basically halving down our max speed over there, which is not good. So having this over there will be good. Alright, this thing over there will be coming in as soon as the train is available. But we only have 2 trains at the moment, so no train is available. We could probably think about adding some more trains to the whole mix, but I think we'll just have to wait for that for a bit. Speaking of, you're good to go now. The only thing you're missing over there is... What are you missing, actually? You should be fine now, right? Oh, we're not doing your sulfuric wastewater? No, we're not doing your sulfuric wastewater. We need to fix that. Sulfuric wastewater over there is not being pulled out of the system yet. We can just push the sulfuric wastewater back over here to the waterworks. So that we can keep that process over there rolling. So we can make some more bobmonium and some more spheritite, which we will probably also be crushing on site over there. Good. Alright, we can build the rest of this. Do we have this as a blueprint? No, but we can just copy paste you over there like this. One of this will be for the tin. One of this over here will be for that other thing we're making in there. So, 1, 2. Big storage bins over there. Here we go. Put these down, put those down. Make sure that she doesn't rotate them. There we go. Alright. actually, we could maybe just pull these over a bit. I mean, we can build those. I'll guess I'll just make some dummies of these. But I don't really think we need them over there. So let's just make some more dummies over there. There's no reason to move these around this far. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, and then you over there, you over there, and you over there, and you over there. Oh, one more. Alright, whole bunch of different kind of bin over there. And I mostly did this over here so that we can just pull this belt over here straight up. We'll fix this belt on our way down. Oh, perfect. Perfect belt. And then this will be the alternative belt for that phosphor stuff. I'm not quite sure if we make... Oh, actually, not the phosphor stuff, that lithium stuff. I'm not quite sure if we make lithium stuff anywhere else. But for now, we're just going to be putting it into that bin over there. That will overflow at some point in time. Then we have to think about something, what we're going to do with that. But for now, if we want to do some tin ore processing, bring the tin ore over there and the phosphor over there. And then, while we're at it, there is one more important thing. And that is the output over there of all this slag. I mean, at full speed, you're not making any slag, but you over there, you will be making slag. This will be 2 slag per second, 4 slag per second. There is going to be quite a bit of slag coming out of this entire setup over there. And for now, we kind of want to bring that all the way down over here into probably a train station that's very close to anything over there. Which will mean that if we put down some more placeholders real quick, which also kind of reminds me that we need to put down some signals over there. Boom, 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 boom. It will be, that's a perfect fit even. No, there's one more space in between. Good. That will be this station all the way over there. Which will already tell us that the amount of space I've made over there will not be even remotely enough for the amount of stations we have down here, or the other way around. The amount of space we have left above us for storage is way more than we need, or that we can support with the train stations down here. Now, we might make some more dynamic train stations later on. That will just order in stuff that we need for any of these recyclers. If we start doing that, then we will have to rethink a couple more things, but that will come in later. For now, just get things going, as always. Alright, which also means that we're gonna have a passive provider over there. Alignment will be like this. Here we go, and place it over there. Oh. You will be doing this for slag. There it is. That's not slag. I'm not quite sure what I clicked, but it was not slag. This is slag. There we go. And since this is a provider, you do get your own little radar over there. So, can we make one real quick? We can make one. Yes, that is correct. My brain wasn't really there yet. I was like, wait a minute, is this not the wrong way around? No, it's not. It's absolutely perfect. The thing we're missing over here to make some more of these is mostly stone bricks, and I don't have enough bricks in my pocket, so let's go find ourselves some bricks. And while we're here, let's set up these signals real quick, because these trains will be complaining at us, especially this one down over here. Oh, apparently, my delivery's at my door. One moment, please. I'll be right back. There we go. Food has arrived. Mmm. Ah. Croissant. Oh. Bricks. Also, thank you for that. Also, croissant. Right? ASMR? Nah, I'm not really into that. That's also why I'm kind of staying away from my mic. Because over this is kind of weird. Yeah, but it was something that was quick and easy. Also, it's a Laugencroissant. Nom 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 nom. Yeah. Yeah, like this, right? Yes. That kind of overwritten you. We need to fix it real quick. Bum 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 bum. You again. One more time. Slack. There we go. Oh. Ah, come on. Okay, come on, some more. What is milk going to sleep at 4 and 5? No, it's 2. Alright, let's set this up real quick. Ah. Oh. Alright, good. Oh, that already stuffed the red spot. Like, not having eaten anything today at all was already not the best idea. Oop. Ah, I missed. Ah, but it feels so much better already. Alright, yeah, we need to kind of move this production over there. I mean, we could just pull a belt all the way over there, but I don't think it's a good idea. We're just going to start pulling over the production that we need to remake all the way over here. For example, remaking white belt, very important. We're still probably going to be making in our pocket basic splitters and underground. What's the fallen angel? Let me say properly hello there, and not a I hope you're doing fine. Alright. But yeah, let's get some belt built over there, because we do need more belt. Let's also pick up the remainder of the yellow belt that we have, where our old science setup is. That should be all the way over there somewhere. Then we're gonna fix that belt coming up with the tin. Set up the slag export. And then technically we do need to make another one of these. But for now, I'm just going to let the slag build, back it up a little bit. And until we back up on slag, then we're going to focus on the other thing over there. So, one step at a time. Alright, yellow belt. We do make some yellow belts, but the main reason why we're not really working or running on yellow belt alone is because yellow belt over here requires tin. And tin is that one thing we really do not have a lot of. We have like a certain nasty lack of tin plate. And tin in general, which I do kind of hope that we can fix by just setting up this process over there, so that we can get some more tin process over there. We can also get some tin over here from the adamantite process over there, but adamantite over there is a very slow ore to mine. It has a mining time from, I think, 3000% or something like that. It's super slow. It does give us tin, and I think it also gives us iron, but all in all, it's just not that fast. And now I'm really refreshed. So much better. Alright, tin, go up there, please. We're gonna need you over there. The slag is gonna move all the way over there. And now let's put that slag over there into a train station. Good. For this one, we will probably just make the underground over there this time around. Usually, we should probably align them where we put the other one. But since the underground of the white belt is that short, we're just going to move it over like a little bit, so that we can move over there, we can move over there, and we can move over there, to put the stuff in over there, and then bum. Now, come on, there we go. And that should be our input for our slag over there. There we go. Fix this one over there, fix it again, fix it 3 times over, because she broke it again. Go. And that's the slag output done with. Good. Let me also adjust you again, because I always kind of mess you up for some reason. Here we go. Alright, slag input and slag output. Well, mostly slag output is operational for now. That will be fine. We would still need to make a station over there that will accept that slag, but we can do that later on. That is not that important right now. Good. Let's have a signal over there, so that these over there can map to that. Excellent. And let's place the lamps over here, so that we can see a little bit better during dark times. Good. Alright, the amount of tin ore that's going through there is at least not too bad, but it could definitely be better. Let's say the least, it could be better. But at least something's coming out. That lithium stuff over there. Let's have another quick look at that lithium stuff. Because that should be in here, right? Maybe not. Lithium. Alright. this stuff we're making, the leafia salts, which technically we can also get from brown algae. And what do we use them for? Well, we mostly use them for lithium perchlorate as well as lithium straight up. We can electrolyze that out of leafia salts, which might be a thing we want to do, because once we got actual pure lithium going on, the only thing we can use it for is going to be something like into lithium cobalt oxide, which is... it's blue tech, battery 2s, alright, fair enough. Alternatively, we can turn that into lithium perchlorate, and lithium perchlorate over there is used in... oh, we need lithium perchlorate and lithium cobalt oxide to make the lithium batteries. Alright. But at least lithium batteries are going to go in a whole bunch of good things. So I guess that will be one sink for us to put in all that lithium that we are making over there. So at least that is fine. Alright, the more refined tin processing, that should be in here, right? Do we have better tin processing? We do have better tin processing. We can use an ore processor over there to turn tin ore into processed tin ore, and then we can cook it up with some coke to make more tin out of it. That sounds like a great idea. Let's do that. It's basically the exact same process as this one over there, right? Is it also with the same ratios and the same speed? Because, let's just check the iron recipe real quick. It's 824, and over there it is 824. That is identical. And over there it's 242, and over there it is 242. That is also identical. I guess these processes are actually identical to each other, which also means that we're going to need over there the same amount of machines for you to process this. This one over there makes 1 processed ore per second, coming in at the rate of consuming at the rate of 2 ores per second. We are making a total of 4 ores per second, so a 2-to-1 ratio over there will probably be more than enough. Let's build it right next to this one. I do need to make 2 of these for that. We don't really have a blast furnace in my pocket, but we can. Well, we need to find ourselves a blast furnace or 2. Alright, what's the big thing that we're missing over there for now? It's mostly actually iron plate. And a couple of brown circuits, which I hope we can pocket craft. We will see if we can pocket craft them. If not, we'll just have to pick up some more stuff for that. But for now, give me like some iron plates for there. And then we can make 1 of these. Alright, how many do we actually need? I think 1 of these will be fine. And then we can start thinking about smelting them straight up. We already have a smelter for that. The tin that we're making over here, we do need to also share that with our copper at some point in time. But let's turn stuff into ingots first. That will make things just a little bit easier. You over there, you do this recipe over there now. Good. Doesn't mean that we need the yellow underground over there. We can probably make a yellow underground. Yes, we can. Don't turn my belt, man. Alright, and then pull this along all the way to the top. Now let's do it on the same level as the other. Wow, that's such a messed up belt. What the hell? I guess a yellow. That's not the correct. That's a throwing inserter. Don't put that one in there. Use a normal one over there. That will be fine. Good. And then we have a power pole over there, and I guess a power pole over there to move that along. And we have got a lamp over there. We got you over there. We get these 2 over there. We're gonna use the yellow underground from over there to say over there, so that you over there can go all the way over there. So that we can start feeding you from over there with your power pole over there as well. Good. And for now, we're just going to turn all the stuff over there into ingots. There we go. Quick and easy process. Nothing to worry about. That is now making ourselves some tin ingots. Now, we do need to set up some kind of copper processing. Technically, the best way to do copper processing would be to do the copper ferromagnetic recipe. The copper ferro stuff. The crushed cupric mixture over there. Which we can make out of crushed stereotite, out of crushed cruthenium, and of crushed bubmonium. But to do so, we would need to have bubmonium. And bubmonium is the one that we don't need to have. And Kev MC, name of the game. We should start doing that now. Now that we're no longer being compressed and harassed by Rampant anymore, we can finally get to all those names in the games in there. because it's been a while since we did that. But let me just have a quick look at what we can do for our copper processing at the moment. We don't really need a lot of copper at the moment. The cupric mixture over there is a decent idea, because we can at least turn that into 1 part copper and 1 part tin ore. Do we actually get more tin out of our bobmonium? 4 crushed bobmonium over there will be turning into 2 tin ore, or alternatively, if we turn 4 crushed bobmonium over there into 12, together with the other ones over there, 12 cupric mixture, then 12 cupric mixture can be turned into 6 tin ore. What did I even say at the beginning? I got distracted. But no, it's direct upgrade, right? It's either 4 into 2 or 4 into 6. So yeah, we should definitely do the cupric mixture as well, which means we should probably just do the exact same thing that we did over there for bobmonium as well. The only downside is bobmonium. It does exist, but it's kind of out there. Like, there's some over there, there's some over there, but that would mean we would need to push out there and go grab it. It would also mean that we need to put out, set up like 2 more outposts or 3 more outposts, which is also gonna be slightly annoying. And of all the bobmonium we should probably try to get, it should probably be this one over there. But do we got a soldier ball available? Oh, really?
Sounds like a plan.
We did try to shoot them when Rampant was still active, but I still have kind of the feeling, yeah, these are sappers. These are all sappers, big snappers. They shouldn't be too bad, right? What are the resistances? Physical is 8. 8. We do no damage to them. A resistance of 8 is quite a bit. How much damage does our light infantry over there do? Regular light. 8, exactly. Oh boy. Ah. Yeah, we would need better warfare for that. Which means, even though there is a better way to use bobmonium, if we have it available, we are just... Well, actually, we still have like that 8,000 over there. Even though there's a better way to use it, we can't really do it. We should focus on getting this tin over here up and running again. Yeah, time to improve some warfare, exactly. And for that, we need some more research. So I would rather focus on research than... Or I'd rather focus on getting research going again before we start fighting again, because then we can actually make some proper progress with that. Grenades and toxic capsules. Oh, we do have poison capsules. They are kind of expensive. Are they always this expensive? I guess they always were. Poison capsules could actually work quite well. Code Red, hello there. Because how good are they against poison? Acid, electric, explosion, fire, laser, overheat, overpressure, physical, plasma, post-traumatic injury, radiation. Radiation actually heals them. As does acid. That's kind of scary, actually. What does a poison grenade capsule actually do for in terms of damage? It does poison cloud, which is poison damage. Alright, that could actually work. We could try to pocket cross some of the pockets. That does take like 8 seconds per pop. Green circuits, steel, and coal. The thing about green circuits is... Jamatya! Hello there! The thing about green circuits is it does require tin to be made, which could be kind of slightly problematic. Where do we even make green circuits? Well, you make them over there, and yeah, we're no longer doing any tin processing over there at all. Which means also our green circuit process over there is kind of slow, but what would we need over there? Well, what would we gain over there? We would gain a whole bunch of different kinds of ores, and we would get a small field of bobmonium. 2.6 million is actually nothing to sneeze at. That's actually quite a bit. And we would need to deal with these boys over there, those boys over there, these boys over there, those boys over there. And I think we could skip on these. I would love to get... I'm getting greedy over here, like straight away. We would then probably have to build a wall all the way over there. And I can skip on this, I guess. And then a wall over here. That will be a lot of resources again. How's the girlfriend doing? Yeah, she's around here somewhere. We saw her somewhere. There she is. I did not miss you. But, yes. What we definitely want to do is to get over there before this field over there gets eaten by the Tiberium, because the Tiberium over there is gonna eat everything. Also turn this off, we don't need this anymore. And we should also try to get this Tiberium over here under control. This is probably a higher priority than we might think. This Tiberium over there, we don't really care much about. This one over there will be troublesome at some point in time. And this one over there could also be troublesome at some point in time. And then who knows what's going up over there. But I guess this one over there is the shortest priority that we need to work on. So, alright, a couple things then. We could think about moving our entire village setup. Because what do we need to make the better soldiers? Well, we could make the better soldiers, which would be these guys over there. They would be running on things like heavy armor. We can now easily afford heavy armor. And they will be a direct upgrade, because these guys over here, they do about 14 damage per shot at, albeit a slower shooting speed, but if you have enough of them, that doesn't really matter, does it? And they're also made up out of conscripts. I'm kind of actually thinking that we should probably move this stuff over there. But if we then want to progress a little bit further down the warfare path line, that would then also mean that we would need to start making lead again over there, because if we want to make ammo again, especially red ammo requires lead, steel, as well as copper and lead. So either way, we're gonna need the copper line. So I guess we're gonna work on the copper line. Can you mine out of the Tiberium fields? Yes, you can. I mean, that's basically what we're doing over here. At least over here, we got like a bit of a border, a security border, to make sure that the Tiberium doesn't really get out too far. It does get out a little bit over there, which is kind of annoying. But we're trying to keep it contained over there. But if you don't keep it contained, it will grow uncontrollably. And it will grow faster and faster and faster. So that's something we need to work on. Alright. But I'm kind of thinking about moving this depot over there, to move it further over there. To maybe have it sitting right over here. Because we could make lead and... Well, we need to make lead and copper. Lead and copper are going to be the next two things. For that, we're going to need a stereotype. And stereotype is also out. Now to think about it, stereotype, yeah, that used to be over there. That's gone. So stereotype is definitely the highest priority right now. So let's work on stereotype. And I guess we start by working on that by building an outpost. So let's get ourselves some miners. That should be enough. That's also more or less the last of our wide area miners. So let's get that copper under control, and then afterwards we can do the leather, the lead ore, the lead ore. I want some leather ore. All right. What else do we need? We need everything we need down there to make a train station as well. Of course, we're missing parts for that, but we need a little bit of this. We probably need some train tracks down there as well. We got, I guess, all the inserters that we need. We could pick up some more inserters. My inventory is still such a horrible, horrible mess. There's even more shite in over there. Your leather oats? If your oats are made up of leather, then you've got other issues. Yeah, with fast enough drills, we could definitely completely mine out this thing. But keep in mind, we got these Tiberium nodes over there, and these are kind of special. They got like a whole bunch of Tiberium hidden underneath them. All right. I wanted to pick up some train tracks. Where are the train tracks again? They're over there. Also, while we're over here, there's one thing we need to fix over here real quick, and that is the sulfuric wastewater pipeline. So, give me some of these. That should hopefully be enough. We are doing sulfuric wastewater, sulfuric wastewasser, somewhere over there. Here we go. It's going on over there. It's going on over there. Perfect. And it's also being done all the way over here. These are already connected. So, how about we pull you out as far as we can, which apparently is all the way over there. There we go. It will at least allow you to process for there a little bit further. And then Let's see. We could do something like this. This will be fine. Oh, that's everywhere now. Yeah, this will be this one over there, and then that'll be fine as well. Good. Sulfuric wastewater will now be coming in from all the way over there to all the way over there. That will be processed back into normal water, which we can then use for whatever we need. And then over here, we will be slowly making over there a little bit of saphirite ore and bobmonium ore, which we technically need to store somewhere in a train station as well. We're not really importing it yet, so I guess for now, let's just make this easy for us. Put down a tray, put down a chest. Let it fill up the chest for now. It's going to be a future bolt problem. It's not going to be a we need to solve this now problem. Also, only the right side over here is working because only the right side over there is getting materials. So, as long as we're processing the stone is the most important part over there. And this is your old Bob and Angel Factory 1.x? No, this is Factory 2.0. You can technically also add Space Age to this if you would want to. But Space Age doesn't really do much for Bobs and Angels, so you're not really going to gain anything out of it. But you could add it if you would want to. Okay, that's why it's not running at full speed, because you're not filling up fast enough. Is that? No, that's... Why does this belt not look fully compressed? Actually, this belt over here is... Ah, that's why. Now, this belt is fine. These belts are not fully compressed. This is apparently fully compressed. It looks correct according to these inserts for there. But here's the magic problem. I need to drop something. Put that thing over there. I don't know. There we go. Yeah, now the belt is fully compressed. There we go. Why would you want to add quality to a perfectly fine Angel and Bob? Because we can. I mean, just because it's in there does not mean we're gonna actually be using it, but I do enjoy quality quite a bit. Alright, you're still having input issues, but I think that's mostly due to the fact that these inserts are not fast enough. And we also have this occasional power flickle. You're doing 4.8 insertions per second. That's a total of just under 15 per second. Yep, and you need about 18 per second. Yeah, that's going to be fine. As long as these over here are working occasionally, that will be more than enough. And we are now technically generating Bob over there. You're really still playing Space Age because of quality. You really didn't vibe with it. I wish you could turn it off specifically and still play the rest of the game. Can you not turn it off? Is it that hard in Space Age? I thought for sure you could turn it off. I mean, it's just another mod, isn't it? Or does Space Age actually require quality? But overall, quality, I find it fucking amazing. But I can understand why people don't like it. It's required, really? Are any batteries power required? We don't really make batteries yet. And the big problem with the power flickering over there is just our power grid is just not fast enough. If the flickering continues like this, it should be doable, right? Because the problem is, we got this other mod installed that makes it so that power grids over here have a limit. We're not at our power grid limit over here, but the transformers seem to be like a tad slow, which gives us these weird power effects over there. You can turn it off, quality in SA, but it's a pain to finish it without. Really, is it? I guess the turrets will probably give you some issues later on, because having like those long-range turrets, like those legendary turrets at the end, do make it a little bit easier. But yeah, we got these weird power draws, and I'm kind of hoping we can fix that by just putting down a accumulator We do know how to make accumulators, if I can find them in my pocket again over there. There they are. But for that we need to make some standard batteries. What do we need for a standard battery? That's lead plate, steel plate, and sulfuric acid. If we have lead backed up over here, which we do have, let's make a quick battery build, because this flickering is getting on my nerves. We also have sulfuric acid in a pipe over there. Perfect. What the hell was that? I think she rotated the pipe and then we just built over it. Alright, we're a little bit further along than we wanted to be, that's fine. Let's pull you along over there. Perfect. Technically we do have steel over here. What we could do... No, well that's on the floor now. Let's just reset you into a battery build. Because you got all the parts that you need. That's not the correct battery recipe. Ah, we need to do that in a chemical plant. You start making batteries. Here we go. That goes on the... That's... Okay, my inventory is such a mess. Yeah, I have all of these. Where's these lead plates? There they are. Yeah, everything we have in there. That's technically where the red belt or the red ammo is going. So let's do this, let's do that. Let's rotate you, let's rotate you. Let's give this a little bit more of a wider berth, because we're going to put in a long-headed inserter that will pick up from a little bit further than I expected it to be. Which will be all the way over there. Alright, I don't really mind her interfering with putting that belt, but her interfering with pipe is actually getting kind of annoying. Oh, that was her as well. Absolutely. All her. And stop doing this. There you go. There you go. What happened? What? Huh? Are we out of sulfuric acid? No? Ah. One moment, please. She killed my pipeline. She sure did. Hey, could you stand over here for a second? Come on, put, come on. Yeah, I just want to have a quick talk with you. There we go. Hold still. Now. Come on. He's gonna move in a minute. You know that. That's not gonna work that fine. Alright, doesn't matter. As long as we're making batteries. No, I was too impatient. Fuck. Alright, you're making batteries now? Perfect. Those batteries will be going into another machine over here. Because we're gonna straight up making them into some accumulators. We got 3 kinds of accumulators. The fast ones, the high capacity ones, and the slow ones. I think we want the fast ones. I can't really tell exactly what they do because the entire tooltip is getting obliterated by all those character models. There we go, this is better. So a fast one has a capacity of 4 megajoules and will unload that at a rate of 960. But it's slower to charge but faster to discharge. A normal one is equal input-output, and a slow one is slower to charge, slower to discharge and faster to charge. I think we just go for the high capacity one, because I'm not quite sure in which direction we need to go. And all in all, the only difference between them is the slow one and the fast one require more circuits. That's the only difference. Alright. So we're going for this one over there. Perfect. Put you over there. You're missing some iron plates now, as well as some green circuits. We don't have iron over here. We don't have green circuits over here either. Well, we do, but we don't really have that many. We don't really need a lot of these. We just need to have enough of there so we can make a couple of these. There we go. And then extend the retro. Yeah, let me go steal some green circuits and some iron plates for you so we can make some more over there. Just to say with the EF mod, it's passing the noise at this point. Well, it's kind of part of the fun, isn't it? Pom 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 pom. We don't need these anymore. Let's get rid of these for now. We don't need them right now. The most annoying stuff is just in my inventory. Pom 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 pom. I do want my condoms. Also, it's an important power source. This entire mod pack. You know, you do know that. We require them for reasons. Yes, reasons. There we go. Drop some of these in there. Drop that in there. We don't need this. We don't need that. We don't need the carbon. Here we go. Empty out the prison pocket. Here we go. We don't need these. We don't need the ingots. We don't need any of this. There we go. The ammo can go in there for now. Pom 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 pom. The ore can go in there, and then we can. What did we drop in there first way around? Ah, shit, I forgot. Well, whatever we dropped in there as an intermediate, we can just pick that up when we need it again. We can technically drop the walls in there because we don't need them for now. Right, if we need more walls, we'll just pick up more walls. You don't care at this point? Alright, at least we got a little bit more pocket space. Is there some iron plate in there? The answer is no. Is there some iron plate in there? Yes. And then we got some green circuits over there. As well as some iron plates over there. And let's see if an accumulator or 2 or 3 or 4 will make it so that we get less of these power spikes. Because they're getting kind of annoying. Thank you for the follow, mate. Here we go. Alright. Let's go to one of the... Yeah, over here we can... over here we should see like an immediate reaction to putting in these accumulators. Let's make the accumulator field somewhere over there. There you go. Don't think we need that much. This might already be more than enough. But things should stabilize now. I think 1 would have been enough. Ah, it's getting daytime over here, so we can't see that anymore. I think 1 is enough. You know where we should place those accumulators? Exactly there where our power connection is. So, how about we place you like over there? And I think 1 is actually enough. Actually, maybe not. We can still see some yellow over there. How about 2? Two might be enough. And the more I think about it, maybe the fast dischargers are better than yeah, the fast dischargers is probably what we want. Because we got no real issue charging these accumulators. But if we need power, when we do need power, we need it like for an instant until the power grid comes back online. So I guess we should switch it over to the fast ones. So that we can get rid of these weird power spikes. Patos! Hello there! So let's switch you out. You're going from this to the fast accumulators. And fast is fast discharge, right? Yes, it is. It's about a megawatt each. We can still use the high capacity ones as well. It will be fine, but the fast ones is probably the ones we kind of want to use more. So let's go for that. Alright, that will keep that in check. So official papers initiated? Maybe? Not quite sure what exactly you're referencing. I mean, on Wednesday I will be in Berlin to renew my passport and my ID card. And if you're asking about the other stuff, yes, that's all be done. Alright, but at least we got some tin over there, we got some tin ore over there. Let's get back into our copper processing. You followed us the previous weekend. Wait. What? Now I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. Passport renew. Okay, no. That's gonna be this this Wednesday. It's gonna be that. I think I booked the final things maybe last weekend. Maybe that's what you're referencing. I talked about that as well. But nah. The whole passport stuff that's gonna be done, basically in 36 hours from now, give or take. I got like an appointment at like 9 a.m. because, well, that was the only appointment was available. So I'm gonna be at the consulate of the Dutch people at 9 a.m. in Berlin. Yeah, you can't. That's the whole reason why I kind of discarded the whole entire plan of becoming a German, Patos. Because to apply for German citizenship was so much more paperwork. I mean, compared to just renewing my Dutch one, applying for the German one was so much more insane amount of paperwork that it was just like, you know what? I don't want to fucking do this. I'm just gonna stay Dutch, I guess. Because it's easier, it costs less, and it goes faster. Because the application is going to be done on Wednesday, and I think in a month from now, at the maximum, I'll get my new passport and my new ID card. That's how fast it goes. If I would be applying for the entire German thing, I would need to get all the paperwork together, which is a lot. Then I would also need to show up for some appointments, which is also a couple. On top of that, I would need to put in all the paperwork, and the entire paperwork stack will take about a year. So, you know what? Yeah. And also the German citizenship doesn't change anything for me. The only thing it would change is that I could vote on some other stuff. But, well, so be it. Alright. Copper. We were thinking about copper. Stereotype. Yes, stereotype. Only thing I do know that we're gonna need more of is gonna be more power poles. We can make 2 in my pocket, and then for more power poles, we need mostly more steel and more iron. Let's pick up some more iron and steel. It'll be fine. Copper. We got enough copper in our pocket. And don't you vote for your native country? No. Last time I renewed my passport. Last time I renewed my passport, there was some vote going on in the Netherlands. I wasn't aware of it. So I went to the Dutch consulate, and the entire time I was waiting for my appointment over there, people were just coming in, dropping off these orange envelopes, which contained their votes for whatever they were voting on. And I was sitting there just there to renew my passport, and I was like, when my turn was up, he was like, "Oh, do you also want to put in your vote?" I'm like, "I already did that. I didn't vote. I didn't even knew." But then again, I also don't really think I should vote because I don't live there. Why would I even vote on something where I don't live? That makes no sense. Makes absolutely no sense. But yeah, let's hope that there's no vote going on the moment when I just gonna have to bring over my or apply for my new passport. There are some smaller things over here we can vote on, at least, or I can vote on. It's mostly not the land. I mean, I think the current votes that were kind of going on was the thing for the Landtag, the Landkreis. Those I don't get any kind of voting information on, but for the other ones I do. There we go. Oh, that's a lot of stereotypes. Wait, do we have a good copy-paste for this? We do have a good copy-paste for this. No, it's not that good. It's it's decent. I see what went wrong over there. Here, flip you around. And put you over there. I don't think we need to fully mine out or set up a mine for this entire thing yet. Because A, our belt will not be able to handle it. And B, we don't need that. We can't even process that much at the moment. You're living a local election and the European election should allow all EU citizens to vote for? Yeah. I would have rather voted on that current vote that was going on than on the things I can normally vote on, because at least this was more interesting for me. Also, there was this one party in here. I still have to look them up. Not that I really want to support them, but I mean, whenever there's a vote going on, you of course see kind of weird stuff going on, as always, because there's always certain interest groups where you just go like, who the fuck even thinks about that? But there was this one interest group, or political group over here, that wanted to create eternal life. And I was just like, what the fuck are you guys doing over there? And they had like the weirdest posters for that. Like imagine the following situation. Oh boy, child, I'm sorry to say, but grandma died, and child is sad. Oh no, grandma died. Well, if you vote for us, grandma will never die. And I'm just like, what the fuck, man? Oh, you saw that too? Oof. I did kind of like that. Like a friend of mine was going through the city, or through the outskirts of the city, and he saw another banner or another poster. This one was from the AfD, and not that I really like those guys, but everybody votes whatever they fucking want. Doesn't matter. But the guy on the poster was basically looking exactly like me. And he shared it with me. He was like, hey, it's AfD points. And I'm like, oh, shite. What the hell, man? Then I kind of thought about maybe just joining any kind of party and becoming the anti-AfD bot. Just to be like, here, I'm just going to do whatever he wants to do as an opposite. We should still smoke whatever they're taking. I mean, some of those parties out there only do that because they get funded or they don't have anything better to do. Grandma will never die. Instead, she will become an immortal tyrant for your entire family to feed on. Keep in mind, it will be multi-level tyranny, because grandma has a grandma as well. So basically, this is going to be like this pecking order of. It will turn everything into like, what's it called again? Not a maternity, a matriarchy. There we go. A matriarchy of angry grandmas. It's gonna be a living hell. I'm not quite sure that they even know what they are trying to create over there. Bum 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 bum. Oh, we need to. That's why I'm kind of confused over here. We need to crush it. Let's crush it first. But they had some other weird posters out there where they were like, hey, you want to live forever? Vote for us. And then some kind of other stupid slogan underneath. And it was weird, man. It was just fucking weird. I mean, vote for what you believe in. Absolutely. Just not those guys. And gerontarchy, the rule of the old. Oof. That's going to be the worst. That's going to be the absolute worst. Retired forever. I don't think they even thought about that. I mean, if you're going to be retired forever, you're going to tank the entire retirement fund of absolutely everybody. It's just going to be like, oh, you want to retire? Well, sucks to be you. We don't have any money for that. Because you see all those old people over there? Well, they don't die no more, so we can't pay you anymore. And if they live forever, do they still age? That was one of the other points they made. Like we want to stop aging. And I'm like, what the hell? Oh, I had so much fun with those posters. Absolute screwballs. Absolute. Alright. This over there, that over there. This is gonna get us... Well, it'll be fine. It does have a bit of a bias over there, but don't worry about it too much. You over there, you over there. You are going to be processing over there the stereotypes. Here we go. That's 3 per second. That's 3 per second over there as well. We need 2 of these. Vampires? Ooh. And they thought about that, and there's no retirement age, and you will work all the time. Yeah, no. Living forever in a vegetative state doesn't feel like an outcome awesome. Well, at some point in time, all those bots working for us, watching the ads, somebody else has to do that. It could be you. So what's your retirement plan? You're gonna watch ads for the next 10 years. Oh no. Please kill me now. Oh. There you go. We'll be the boss of the bots. Or the boss of the bots. Yep. Alright. Wait a minute. Oh shit. That's still on. Alright, let's try this again. How much is the output? 3 per second. Let's use a red inserter for that. And a yellow for the other stuff. There we go. So, you are going to be pushing out the crushed stereotype. And you over there, you're going to be pumping out the crushed stone. There it is. Alright, now it's complete. And then we need 2 train stations on here, as well as the train to be able to get in there. We also got this little mine over there that is kind of getting in the way. Let's pull this as high as we can. This is going to be fine. Yeah, it's going to be very close, but we need 2 stations over here. Alright. Nah, I got a better idea. Let's make the stations over here. Pump. So this will be passive providers. There's going to be like 1 over there. 1 over there for crushed stone, which is right over there. And 1 over there for the crushed stereotypes. And I guess we then just move across and then back in over there. That'll be fine. Alright. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work fine. Good. We only brought 2 of these. I was in the way. And we can't make more because I'm missing bricks. Shite. Well, let's see if we can make some of these in a second or 2. You over there, you over there, you over there. Iron key in Labyrinth just drops 3 unique iron key. Iron key, yes. Also Toyo Yacht. don't drown in the Path of Exile hole like I did all those years ago. It's a very fun game, and I do enjoy that I'm getting better and better at it. Like the current Path of Exile game I'm running, I'm still not really that deep into things like actual resource farming and optimal map setup and stuff like that. I'm not doing any of that. I'm still mostly running it the way that I think you're more or less not really supposed to play it, but I think what's the most fun to play it by just trying to optimize the absolute hell out of the character I currently have in front of me. And I really do enjoy that I kind of came up with a build that is super survivable. Like, I'm still slowly leveling up. And the best way, and this may sound super stupid, but the best way to level up in the absolute late stage of the game, like level 95 and up, is just don't die. Because whenever you die, you lose 10% of your maximum XP of your bar. Like not 10% of what you currently have, but like 10% of the absolute of it, which is a hell of a lot. And whenever you lose that, you're basically gonna be pushed back by so much that it's gonna take forever to catch up on it. But the character I currently have is just whenever he blocks, he heals. And he blocks a lot. He's the champion of whatever he can block. 10% of whatever current level you would need. Yeah. And that can push you back by quite a bit. And I'm kind of happy with how things work out with that character at the moment. Which means, though, for the next character I'm going to make, I should probably go a little bit into the opposite direction. Maybe, or at least maybe try to find another angle how I can maybe get my damage up a bit. Because dealing damage is slow for the character that I'm currently having. Because whenever he needs to deal damage, he needs to be hit. And some of those bosses just attack like only once or twice. I forgot the brakes. Fuck. And then you just sit there going to be like, hit me! Hit me already! Ah, come on! Hit me! It just takes forever. Orihara, hello there. But he is very, very successful in what he's doing. You're 74, you didn't finish the campaign? Really? Alright, now, I mean, for your first time, it's probably fine. I mean, when I played the campaign for the first time, I think it took me like about 5 days to get through the entire thing. Because at the beginning, you basically pick up absolutely everything because you don't know what you need to look for. But once you kind of get the gist around it, what you actually can pick up or what you should pick up and you should not do, you kind of skip up on so much stuff. And even I still pick up way more stuff than I would need to. Here we go, here we go. Also, what happened to girlfriend? Did she get stuck again? Oh no. Did Step Bro come around again? Bum, 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 bum. But yeah, in my opinion, the most important part is just build whatever you want to build and have fun with it. Because Path of Exile can be so much fun. Especially coming up with a stupid build and it kinda is actually working for you. One more of these, please. We don't need this. Green wire goes for there, goes for there, goes into there. Here we go. Bum, 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 bum. We don't need these for now. We do need that. Excellent. Let's put in the belt real quick. Yeah, let's do it the classic way. Actually, we could just do it. That'll be fine. Oh, actually, that will be... Ah, that's too good. I was kind of thinking we could just pull it over there, go underground over there, but then we can't get over there anymore. Yeah, we'll just go around for a bit. We go over here, we go over there, and then we go around. That'll be fine. And then we connect you over there and over there. Good. Let's make sure that these three share their power. There we go. And then we need to connect you to the power grid as well. We can do that over here somewhere. How about we do that? Let's put the switch down first. Where's the switch? Oh, I don't think I have one. There might be one in my pocket, but I'm being blind for these things again. Yeah, let's put you over there. Then let's get the switch out and put you over there. And then let's get the big pull out and put you over there. Input, output. You got some power going. You're also going to get an accumulator over there if I can find them in my pocket. Where the fuck are these accumulators? Did I drop them in the big chest? Because they're definitely no longer in my pocket. They're gone. Alright, then you don't get an accumulator. Then again, I think these over here don't necessarily need an accumulator because most of the time they are drawing like constant power. Well, they do flicker a bit. Also, because it's still going up over there. Yeah, 3.4 plus the radar plus this plus that. That is about 4 megawatts. That should be fine. Alright, did we actually name these correctly? We actually did name them correctly. I did that by pure accident. So that is fine as well. Let's put down some signals real quick. Pum, 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 pum. You're gonna get the signal over there. One more over there, and one over there. Alright, at least now the stereotype is coming in. Let's get the stereotype over here processed into some lovely, lovely, lovely copper. And now we're going to get to one of the more fun problems in Angels and Bobs. And that's going to be that our copper production over there will start making copper ore, which is good. But at the same time, it will also be making iron ore, which might be bad, because all that iron ore, we then got like another source of iron ore that's being made over here in comparison to the manganese. But I kind of have the feeling that we are currently consuming more iron ore than we are consuming manganese ore. So I think that will actually be fine for now. So, but that's definitely going to be one of the problems that we're going to have to figure out in the future to do in a better way. Also, did I put my car on the train tracks? I sure as fuck did. There we go. But yeah, the game is going to open up even more for you, Toyo Yacht, when you get to the Atlas bosses and the entire Atlas thing. Because that's where the real fun starts. At least if you're a veteran player. Like most veteran players, when they start playing Path of Exile, they kind of go to the main campaign in like 7 hours or something like that. At least that's what Zimbrock took to get through it. Alright, we need more sorting. So let's get some more sorting in there. We can't make any of these because we're out of brown circuits. Alright, fair enough. Brown circuits, there they are. Give me some of these, and then we can make 1, 2, 3 of these. We have one in our pocket, so that's all that we need for that. And then that's also gonna make copper over there. So for the advanced refined copper process, that is just an oxygen furnace, where we basically do the same thing as we did with the iron, just add oxygen to it and smelt it all together. Which means we're going to need 2 of these. We're going to need 1 blast furnace. For that, we are going to need some clay bricks. We're going to pick up some real quick. Unless there's someone there. If not, today. Where did those capacitors go? like seriously. I thought for sure we had like a couple of... Oh, did we actually place them all? No, we placed 2 over there. And then we kind of walked away. Where the fuck did they go? Maybe the girlfriend ate them. She needed it for her own device. Alright, make 1 of these so that we can smelt the copper together. And that'll be fine. I kind of just like dropped them. Oh, I put them over there. There we go. Oh, speaking of, I found her. She's stuck. She's stuck in the machine. Give me those. Alright, let's swap these out over there for the fast capacitors. I just kind of want to see if this over here will be better. Can we do an in-place upgrade? Oh, we can. Ooh. Yeah, they charge slower. But as you can see, we don't really have an issue with charging them, because we can draw enough power from the outside to always give them a charge. But the discharge process is the important part over there. So whenever we get like a bit of a power peak, yeah, this seems more stable now. Though it could also mean that this over here is not really running as much. No, it is. But looking at the lamps now, and how we can actually do the active check right now, because if we pick these 2 up real quick, we should see an immediate difference. Yeah, look at that. Flickering, and if we put down the 2 fast boys over there, no more flickering. So, an immediate fix. Alright, we do get a very slow amount of bobmonium over there. We can also finally pick up this stuff up from the ground. There we go. I mean, at least this gives us something useful to do with our crushed stone. We don't really get a lot of it, but at least we get like a bit out of it. And as long as the crushed stone is being picked up and moved around, I am more than happy about it in general. Alright. So let's set up the entire copper process then. I kind of have the feeling that we do need to at least get 2 more of these because we need to make another train station. Let's maybe also pick up some train tracks while we're back over here. I'm already kind of thinking about maybe adding 2 more trains to the entire setup because it does take quite some time for these trains over here to fill up. There you go, that should be enough. The wood can go to there. We got some yellow belt in the pocket. We got everything we need in that pocket for now, so that will be fine. Alright. Stereotype then. And if we have a look over there, how many more stations do we have? 1, 2, 3, perfect. So let's do the stereotype over there, and then the Givolite. It was Givolite, right? The stereotype, the Crotinium, and the Bobmonium. Yeah, let's do Bobmonium over there, stereotype over there. Actually, let's do Bobmonium over there, stereotype over there, and Crotinium all the way over there. So that we can then mix and match that together over there. We could just make those other stations, because why not? We have the materials for it. I see we've still got a bit of a bias over there, but I guess it's fine for now. So, this will be requesters. One over there. This one over there will be for the crushed bobmonium, which we don't have right now. You over there, you will be for the crushed stereotype. And you over there, you'll be for the crushed... what was the last one? Givolite? No, we're already doing that, right? We'll also be over here. Givolite... Crotinium? Crotinium. It's Crotinium, right? God damn it. Where is it over there? Crotinium, bobmonium, and stereotype. Yes. So we can at least make the better copper process over there at some point in time. We also don't need these over there. We can just take the red wire from you and plug it in all the way over there. So they can all go into the same radar. Here we go. Same for you and same for you. Kyodan, hello there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. There's a couple of rocks in the way. What the hell? Alright. Put you over there. Put you over there. At least, either way, we will have the 6 basic ores for bomb spots just all in place now. Even if we're not going to use all of them, we're at least ready to use them. And I think that's already going to be quite a bit of good stuff. Factorial final boss? Not really. That will probably be more something like Pianodots or something like that. Actually, what would be a factorial final boss even? I mean, everything can be hard enough if you play it bad enough. A train? A big giant comet. What are we missing for more of these? It is... I guess it's green circuits? It is green circuits. Pipe block on hard mode, maybe? I mean, it's not really that hard mode is making it super duper hard. It's just making it annoying. Pile marathon mode? Maybe. But then again, it's the same thing. I mean... you're just gonna sit around there for longer, and you're probably gonna let the game run on the background for quite some time, which just makes it more annoying. I guess maybe the speedruns would be the final boss, because at least then you do have like something you really, really have to go against. Hyperspeed forest recruit. Because with the speedruns, you at least the opponent is not really the game itself. The opponent is other players, and that will definitely make it the hardest, in my opinion. All right, the ore can come in anytime it wants now. There we go. Put you over there. Put you over there. It's the final boss that you don't live long enough to do the other. Also very true. Alright, can we make those 2 lamps real quick? Pum pum. That'll be fine. Alright, alright, alright. So, for the Cortinium is now, not the Cortinium, the Stewardship is now over there. Which is the equivalent of this station over there. I mean, we could at least build this over here as well. We should probably build it either... Now we can probably build it the same way as we did this over there. We can probably just do... Yeah, it's just as a placeholder. There we go. Not that it's going to be exactly like this. But once we can do it like this, it should be over here. But instead of this recipe, you're going to be that recipe. Here we go. Those are fast inserters. A couple more, please. Here we go. Alright, that will be one of the parts. But the other part would be that we need to supply us off this belt over there, which also kind of means that we probably need to speed up this belt a bit. And then we can splice it off. And I guess we're gonna send it... Well, we're gonna send it straight next to this one over there then. Yep, like this. And... like that. What's gonna be your main input? Your main input is gonna be Stuartite. And your main output is gonna be copper. Kupfer. There we go. Now, did block that belt. Let's fix that belt real quick, so that at least the slag over here can keep on flowing. To do so, we do need... There you go. At least one piece of wood. You veneer. Bum bum. Bum bum. And then we can build the rest how we see fit. There we go. You veneer, you veneer, you veneer, and you veneer. That was actually really the correct recipe. Didn't really need to reselect that one over there at all. I guess a yellow belt as an input is gonna be the correct choice. Which also means we're gonna have a yellow belt as an output over there. There we go. We can make one yellow splitter. Does that override it? No, it doesn't. And then here on the other side. Alright. Now we need some more materials. What is it that we mostly need? Is it actually... No, it's wood. We actually need wood. For all the things we're missing in the pocket, it's wood. I got no wood in my pocket. What the hell? Still kind of amazed that there's still some mining operation over here, still somewhat working. There you go, that's some wood. We will need 2 of these. And then we'll see about the rest later on. I guess we need more iron and more steel, but where we are, we got all the iron and all the steel. We do need one yellow underground. There you go. How full is that dump? Not that full. How is the train station over there? You are almost at 50% for the first shipment, so that's at least moving on. Alright, power pole wise, we're also a little bit low. That should do. Make some more. Come on. And then put the rest in the lamps over there. Good. Alright, we need that one split over there. Ah, we're missing absolutely everything. We do need more iron, so let's pick up some iron real quick. At least we're now stockpiling a good amount of resources over there. How much tin do we have in there now? 13,000. Good. Excellent even. So the blue pills to correct that? Yep. There's pills for everything these days. What are these again? Oh, plated floor, that sounds okay. While we're here. You over there do the entire copper recipe process. There we go, there we go. Good. You also require fuel, so we need that underground again one more time. Alright, that's good to go. You already got this one. We need this one over there. Going from over there to over there. Excellent. You do require oxygen from somewhere. We do have an oxygen making machine over there, actually. Wait a minute. You make up to 43. How much do you need? 22. How much do you need? 22. Perfect. You can share. Also, while we're here, where are the fast accumulators? There we go. Yeah, let's place them over there. 2 of them should probably be fine. Just to keep the power over here a little bit more stable so that we don't have these flashing lights the entire time. Because that's getting kind of annoying. There we go, good sir. There's the oxygen. That's good to go. How do you like Bob's and Angels? I can't decide if you want to try it out or wait for a C-Block update. I mean, Bob's and Angel for me is just currently just absolutely massive nostalgia trip. I used to play it a lot. About 7 years ago. It's been a while. And I'm just having so much fun with it because of the metallurgic process I enjoy quite a bit. I always enjoyed it quite a bit, and Bob's and Angels was, I think, the first one. At least for me, it was the first one. I'm not quite sure if it was actually the first one that did it, but I always enjoyed it quite a bit. That you could just put in like a little bit more effort in your ores and in your materials to get more out of your materials. That's something I always really enjoyed. I mean, in Vanilla Factorio, and it's technically still the case. But one could argument that with the foundry we can now do like another step in between. But it was always like, yeah, you want to make some plate? Just smelt your ore and you're done. But over here, later on, you get things like you start crushing your ores, then you start washing your ores, then you start putting them into pallets. You got the entire ore sorting in front of it, which also requires its own washing and processing step. And then also you got the post step where you then start mixing and matching different ingots to make more of the metal that you actually want to make. That is just something I really enjoy. Ah. Marina, what? I'm not your favorite streamer? What the fuck, man? Nah, it's fine. It's totally fine. I fully understand. I too would rather watch and enter random other streamer than myself. Wait a minute, what? Thunder, you weren't here at the beginning, but I haven't eaten today yet. So that's what we eat now. That will happen every now and then, because I too am a human being. And humans need to eat, unless you're Mark Zuckerberg. He doesn't need to eat. He's not human. This is also... Well, I guess we can make it yellow now. There we go. And while we're at it, sure, make this one yellow as well. And what did Megatron do when he picked these mods for the first time to play? I don't know. We can ask him. But he doesn't even know what we're referencing. Alright, alright, alright. We do need one more yellow splitter. There we go. Good, 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 good. Oh, wait. No, that goes here, man. No, wait. That's for there. Alright, now comes the fun part. We got extra iron coming in. Let's weave it across straight away. And I guess...
It seems like we've reached a point where Megatron's Cybertronian knowledge is no longer relevant. You're right. It seems that Megatron doesn't have any awareness of the mods or references being made. It's as if he's a different entity altogether, detached from his usual robotic persona. In this case, let's just imagine what Megatron would do if he picked up these mods for the first time. Shh. What sorcery is this? A beaver mod that changes water courses. And another one that makes web calls to open and close levers. This is most intriguing. Activates mod. Ha! Now I can control the flow of Cybertronian rivers and summon an army of robotic beavers. But wait, what's this? A HTTP lever? Uses HTTP lever to order a batch of Energon cubes. Ah yes, Megatron's thirst for power is quenched for now.
He does remember partial stuff, because since he's now running on the server application, he never stops. Oh. You saying he's disconnected from reality? No, but what is the thing is, I mean, he's now running on the server application, and because he's running on the server application, that's also kind of the reason why I did the split. Because he's running on the server application, he never really stops losing his history. So even in between sessions, he will still have recollections of what we did last time, until that gets flushed out. Almost. Until that gets flushed out of the message queue. Then he will forget. Alright, it's a little bit dark over here again, as always. Make some lamps. And we still got some flickering going on over there as well. Let's fix that as well. And again, we're going to place these right where the power input is. So how about like right over there? There we go. That should stop the flickering. Perfect. Yeah, we do have Crucinium already available. I kind of forgot about that. Was not really expecting to see a train arrive over there already with some Crucinium in it, but we did set up the Crucinium process. The only reason we set up Crucinium over there was because we wanted to set up Jivolite over there, and it was just right next door. That was the whole reason we did that. Alright, alright, alright. Here we go, here we go. Good. So what can we do with Crucinium again? Crucinium will turn into copper and iron. Hey, wait a minute. It's not exactly what we want to do right now. But later on, if we get the Crucinium chunks, we can turn it into copper, iron, lead, and aluminum, which is also pretty good. But I guess we can already start off over here by just sorting that into copper and iron, because we do want to get ourselves some copper out of this. Same is going to be true over there for the Jivolite. The Jivolite is basically the same as the Spherolite with iron and copper. We could do that if we wanted to get more iron in there. But to be perfectly honest, this process over there is just way more powerful. So we should focus on that process. We could also just wait for the Spherolite to come in. How much longer is that? A little bit longer. Alright, fair enough. The entire copper process at the back end of it is basically ready to be set up. So we're making copper ingots, we're making tin ingots. So what we should be making is copper plate, tin plate, as well as, what should we call it, bronze plate. And for that we need one more smelter. We could probably start scavenging this place over there, because most of this over here is now dead and will no longer be. We're no longer going to be resuscitating this place over there. But as long as it still has materials in it, we're going to let it stay. But for example, this guy over there is kind of done for. So we might as well pick parts of this up. I do say it's kind of done for, but then I still see some iron coming in over there. Like, what the hell? Yeah, it's definitely done for, right? Alright. You can stay, I guess. Never mind then. Keep working then. I'll just make a new one. What are we missing for that mostly? We're mostly missing bricks and a couple of brown circuits. There has to be brown circuits. There has to be bricks. Alright, that's the first one of these. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these. Also, there we go. Ah, good. I'm actually kind of surprised to see that this one over there is at its processing limits. We're mining. Well, I guess there's like no. Okay, there's a little bit of mining hardness in there, 1.5. But as long as this over here keeps on going, I guess we're fine with that. How far are we over there? Yeah, it's still kind of off. Well then, but that will then give us all the copper that we need. Did we set up the entire copper process as well? We sure did, right? Yeah, we did. We got copper. Okay, we got both of them over there. So let's make a use of them. And yes, it is 3 smelters or induction furnaces over there, because one is the mix, one is the pure left, and one is the pure right. Research is not running because for research we need tin. And we are working on tin again. The old tin process over there is just dead because we're out of materials over here. That's why research is not running. So how about you over there? You over there? And you over there? That seems somewhat doable. Let's move you over by one more. And actually, how is your output over there? Ah. Let's move you a little bit closer to... Because you will be making molten tin. I think I need all of these. You make 45. You eat 15. 1, 2, 3. Sandria, hello there. How's the factory treating us today? Way better. We had to disable a couple mods here and there. We had to disable Rampant because Rampant was just taking too much of our attention. We couldn't get shit done with it anymore. And the other we had to do, well, the other mod we deactivated was that weird tin mod because it didn't do anything at all. It was actually causing issues because if you would update the mod, it would then break everything. Because they introduced some kind of weird new dependency, which I'm not quite sure about why they did that. But at the same time, the mod wasn't really doing anything for us, so I guess that's fine. Also, if we need some more inserters, we can always pick them up from over here. There you go. You also got a little bit of flickering going on. Yeah, you also get one of these. Actually, I think you can probably do with one of these. But yeah, we're currently trying to get research back in order. And for that, we need to get our material processing back in order first. Because to make research, you need to process materials, of course. And now that we're kind of moving everything from whatever the belt madness was in the beginning to something that's a little bit more ordered train madness, we can start setting up stuff over here, as we can see right now. Vari, hello there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I guess one will be fine. That's 1.5 items per second. Yeah, that'll be fine. Alright. But... Flip. That's by far the best part, that we can flip these flipping buildings. Over there. 1, 2, 3 with you over there. You'll be for bronze. There we go. That'll be fine. We could probably move you over one. You do bronze. And you make bronze. Oh, we can now put also nickel in there if we would want to. We're not doing nickel processing yet, but we can do nickel. Not being able to flip buildings is half the fun though. True, true, true. I can fully understand why some people might be missing that. But I kind of enjoy having not to worry about flipping buildings the entire time. So, there we go. And this over there will be for copper. There we go. Nah, it's kind of growing to the side over here a bit. Alright, fair enough. Copper ingots, tin ingots, bronze ingots. Alright, can we also move you over a little bit more? There we go, put you over there. Excellent. Priority-wise, let's do it like this. So that the bronze gets first access. Same over here for the copper. Here you go. The bronze gets first access, and then we don't need to worry about any kind of priority or anything like that, because that will be our priority. Place you over there, place you over there. We are still missing power everywhere. Bum, 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 bum. What did we miss for that? We mostly missed steel. Steel is over here. good. And then output, 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 output. Alright, with this, at least tin will be working again. I'm not quite sure if we actually want to put that into a chest, because I don't really think we need tin that often in our pocket. So we're just not going to put that into a chest for now. But now more or less waiting on is over here for the stirrer to come. And that is still a bit off. We're at 33 or 40 slots, so it still takes a little bit longer. Once it comes in though, we will be able to start copper processing over there as well, which will then allow us to do the bronze stuff over there, as well as, well, what do we actually need to wait on over here? Alright. We do need to make something like a simple mall setup over here. Not a complicated mall setup, a simple mall setup so over here should be fine. And I guess it will be belt fed at the beginning. I'm not going to do a sushi belt. It makes not a lot of sense in Pops and Angels, because things are actually kind of structured. But we do need to get some more dedicated production sites over there. Especially now that we are getting tin again in over there, at least for a bit, for as long as we have this amount of acetate, which is only, well, it's less than 1 million, but it will at least keep us going for a bit. Alright. It's mostly gonna go to circuits. Because that's what we need for green signs to go again. And we do want to do more green signs. What is it now actually that we need for you at the end? We also need to set up a solder setup. And for a solder setup, we definitely need a LED setup. Well, let's do some LED processing right over there. We got the space for it. Also, LED processing will give us sulfur dioxide, which we can now process back into sulfuric acid, which we can then import over here as a priority. So then we also have automatically the recycling over here done, which we're just going to be pumping into there, and then it will go back in over there. Is the other tin plate caster missing a recipe on purpose? Absolutely. I planned for this like years ago. It's how that should work. It makes things just run faster. Trust me. It's like speed holes. Just take a pickaxe, go to your front of your car, and just ram some speed holes in there, and your car will be going faster. Monkey Wagon, you just rage quit XCOM 2, and now you're playing Space Marine 2. I've never played Space Marine 2, but I can't fully understand how one could rage quit XCOM 2. Monkey Wagon, I want to know. What broke it for you? And also, just because you rage quit it, you'll be back. Trust me, because I always came back for more as well. Alright, the LED process. There we go. It's similar, right? Yes, because we're going to be making up to 4 LED ore per second. So we're going to be making up to 2 process LED ore per second, which will go into, actually exactly one of these, which will be making 24 LED oxide per 4 seconds, and then that goes 1 to 1 to 1 to 1. Strand casting. We have strand casting available, but for most of the things it didn't really make a lot of sense. And for the solder, can we strand cast solder? Is that the thing we can do? For things like the wires over here, it will probably make more sense. For the tin wire stuff. No, wait, that's different. What is this? That's from the tin wire coil. There we go. Yeah, for things like tin wire coil and stuff like that, it will probably make the most sense. 2/3 of the pack in the mech, and you do it for only level 2 at a time? Oof. Yeah, that's gonna hurt a lot. Where's the solder? The solder's over there. Solder, there's no such thing that we can do with strand casting for solder. At least some of them I'm aware of. We can take a look in here real quick. And have a look at where the solder is. Here it is. The solder coil. That's what you want to do. We never got to that. But is it actually going to be better for us? I mean, the solder or the strand casting, at the moment, the only thing I saw is it's going to be faster. And once we get into the productivity modules, it's going to be productive at that point in time. But for most of these, it was more or less just the same process, just in different. For example, over here, 80 solder will turn into 4 solder coils, and a solder coil over there 4 coils will turn into 12 solder. So it's basically 10 solder per tree. It's 20 per tree. Yeah. 20 solder, or 20 molten solder is 3 pieces of actual individual solder. For this one over there, though. For this one over there, though, it's the same ratio. Yeah, so the ratio doesn't change over here yet for the amount of materials that we put in. This is technically faster, but later on, in the later stages of the game, when you process more materials, it definitely makes a lot of sense to do the coils first. Because you can pack the coils so much denser. Because you just pack the coils and you then unpack them at wherever you want to send them. The solder's a massive upgrade? Really? Didn't seem to me like that. I mean, you get the better solder recipes over here. Like this one over there will be a massive upgrade if we add the zinc to it. But at the moment, we're not really at that level of crafting speed where we need that amount of throughput. Later on, yes, absolutely. But at this moment in time, no. The ratio changes on the molten cereal side? It does? Didn't seem to me like that. We can go through it again. So every coil. 80 molten solder is 4 coils. And 4 coils is 12 solder. And 80 molten solder is 12 solder. Yeah, but they're definitely better for compression and such, yes. But we're not really at the compression stage at the moment. We're not having that issue yet. We will have that issue in the future. But I don't think we're going to see that issue happening over here. Once we build bigger, which will be a couple of steps down the road, then we should definitely go for strand casting. I mean, I already have the machine in my pocket because I kind of wanted to check it out for myself. Or you mean the other one? Wait a minute. You mean this one over there? With coolant. Yeah, with coolant it becomes better. That is very true. That is very true. Alright. Lead processing. Let's just sketch it out real quick. We're also gonna need... Oh, we're definitely gonna need one of you. There we go. It's basically gonna be like this, right? You do this, you do that, oh, you do that, you do this, you do that. We do need to bring in the carbon, but the cool place is right over there. And then we flip you around like this or something like that. Technically, you can process up to 3 per second because of your crafting speed. But we're not going to get 3 per second because we're not processing that much. And then... well, over here would be the correct height. Sure, place you over there. We could move you up by 1, and we could move you up by 1. There we go. Is my stereotype coming in yet? Technically, the station is open, but there's no train coming in yet. Let's check the depot real quick. A stereotype signal is scheduled, so we just have to wait. Alright, but we need one more of these, and for that we mostly need more clay bricks, and some iron, and some green circuits. So let's pick up the bricks and the green circuits first, and then we can pick up whatever we need over there for our iron plates for our other machine over there. Alright. Somewhere down there. Bum 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 bum. These last, please. 1 stack should be enough. Green circuits, we still have some, but the belt is slowly but surely running out. Doink, doink. Actually, wait a minute. I might be wrong about that. How much is left in there? Alright, we are actually running out now. Alright. Yeah, and then we're just gonna do some quick rebuilding over there, and then we're just gonna reset this entire setup over there. Just streamlining this entire process over there is already so good. 2 of these. Go grab yourself some iron plate. And maybe also some steel while we're at it. There we go. Make this. Here we go. Let processing. Yeah, let's have a power pool over there. Actually, let's have the power pool over there and over there. Let's also have a lamp. I guess over there. That'll do fine. Oxygen will be coming in from over there. The sulfur dioxide will be going out over there. We're going to do some sulfur dioxide processing right over there. Just add, I think, purified water it is, but we'll figure that out in a second or two. I just only noticed one thing over here, and that is that we do need fuel over there. Move you over there. Move you over there. And then we kind of notice that that will still not quite work. Yeah, put these over there. That'll be fine. You do 6 items per second. That is all slightly troublesome. Yeah, we need 2 of these. To make that even work, we can use a yellow one over there, a yellow one over there, you over there, you over there. These power poles are, again, all over the place. Kind of annoying, but so be that. Well, the whole reason why we need that space over there is so that we can place an insert over there and an insert over there. Because we're gonna need a belt of carbon coming over here as well. And let's grab that carbon from all the way over there. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see, which carbon belt do we need to take? It's technically this belt. Alright, 1. Alright, that's the carbon. We can also use the carbon to fire up the machines as a fuel source, so that is fine as well. Mr. Pinter for putting them on the bounce pad across. We could have done it as well. But this is fine in my opinion. Over there, please. Alright, carbon coming in. And that will be all over there. Good. And then you make the lead ingots. We do need to move these lead ingots out over here somewhere. But let's get the oxygen in first. And speaking of oxygen, now we definitely do need more oxygen over there. What we could do is we could just upgrade these to air filters Mark II, of which we have almost enough in our pocket. Are we missing? It mostly says we're missing bronze pipe. Apparently. No, we're not missing bronze pipe. We're missing bricks. Every time. Bricks. Well, bricks are just over here. Let's pick him up real quick. Also, she's still stuck over there. I'm not missing her right now. I'm actually gonna fine with it. There you go. That should be good for bricks. That will double up oxygen. Let's also put in... Is it the chemical plant we need to work this in? It is a chemical plant. And I think with like a second chemical plant in there, or not the second chemical plant, but with an upgraded chemical plant in there, we should probably make enough oxygen to fire up all those 3 processes over there that require oxygen for the smelting process. Stereotypes? Not there yet. Is it being picked up? Not yet. I kind of have the feeling we need another train or 2, because the amount of trains we currently have going on around is just not enough. So we need to upgrade them. Alright, now you make up to 56. That's actually not a lot more. What might be also quite... will help quite a bit over there is if we just make an inline tank over there. Because not everything over here needs oxygen at the same time. So if we just like buffer a bit of oxygen in there, then I think it will already be fine. And if we then do notice that we do require more oxygen, then we can always upgrade this machine to whatever kind of standard we need. Alright, you're getting your oxygen in. You are making the sulfur dioxide gas. The sulfur dioxide gas is basically the same process that we're doing right over there. Instead of making it like this over there, we just need some purified water over there to turn that back into sulfuric acid. So what we need to do over here is to purify some water. For that we need to get some water over there. Well, that's another issue, I guess. We do have these groundwater bores over there, which might be enough. Let's make one. I'm not usually a big fan of getting like water for free from the ground, but then again, these might be fair because they only make up to 60 per second, which is not really a lot. Yeah, it's only 60, not 1,200. So it might be a good solution. Let's give it a test. I kind of want to see how this looks. So we need to purify some water. So let's put you over there. You're gonna make some purified water. We also need to get rid of the saline water, because saline Wasser we do not need. You need a total of 225 per second to make that amount of water that we want. But at the same time, these are kind of tiny. Yeah, let's put down 1 for now. Here we go. Oh wait, they don't even require power. I just noticed. That might already be fine because we don't really need that much water to begin with. We do need... Did I already make that chemical plant? No, we didn't. So this over here... Yeah, we basically turn 300 into 200. That is fine. And then... I guess we have to place you over there. Actually, if we can place you over there. You there. This recipe. That fits perfectly. So you could technically process up to 101 sulfur dioxide. You over there, you make up to 45. So that already fits. You're not going to be running at full speed. You're going to be running at, let's say, a quarter of your speed. It's not exact. It's a little bit more than that, but let's just say a quarter. Which means you make 37.5 water per second. And you technically would need 45. But since we're also going to be running you at the full 100%, but we're going to be running you at, again, less than 50, you technically only need 22.5 units of water per second. So this over here for now would fit. So that'll be fine. Just add the lamp so we can see a little bit better. Actually, put the lamp over there. There we go. And then most importantly, we just move this stuff back into this tank over there. There we go. Oh, wait, almost. I forgot the top again. There we go. You can make purified water from the air too? Really, we can? Well, yeah, we can make purified water if we just recombine oxygen and hydrogen. But can we just do purified water condensation? Hey man, let's have a look at that real quick. I mean, we could technically electrolyze water and then restate it together. Alright, things that make purified water. Hydrogen, of course, with carbon dioxide for the gas-water shift. We know about that one. Out of hydrogen and oxygen, of course. Technically out of steam in the cooling tower. That is very true. That will purify it as well. Nitric wastewater, chloric wastewater, fluoric wastewater, sulfuric wastewater, thermal water, sulfuric wastewater yet again. Yeah, you can make purified water out of steam, yes. But I think that would be a little bit more energy inefficient than what we're doing over there. Might be wrong about that, but this is more than enough. Alright, alright. And we got the rubite over there. Perfect. So what we're now going to need is we're going to need like 4 more of these. And for that again, bricks. Hydrogen dioxide is basically air. Well, there's not that much hydrogen in the air. There's a lot of oxygen in the air. Hydrogen you do get out of the air, but not in a fun ratio. You get it better. I mean, if you want to get hydrogen, you get it more from water. I mean, what's the ratio of hydrogen in the air? Like 1%? We talked about it on the last stream. But I don't think we got that far down into like the nitty-gritty numbers of it. Non-existent? No. There should be at least a little bit in there. But then again, it could also be that it's all like on the higher layers of the atmosphere and not down here where we are. Ah, finally, somebody's picking up this stuff. %0.00055%. There we go. Yeah, I should do it right. I mean, you will probably have a better chance of getting purified water from the air by looking at things like mist and just basic humidity. Maybe a little bit more than that. There's almost no gaseous hydrogen in the atmosphere. Yeah. Here we go. But then you would be straight back to like electrolyzing water. So you might as well just electrolyze water, or you might just purify your water if you already get water from the ground. Alright, we're gonna need one more of these over there. That distance. Your main input over there is gonna be rubite. Your main output is gonna be lead. Go. Nope, out of power pulse. Again. No. Iron plate. And we probably also need some iron plate over here to make this stuff over there. Yeah. The dirty water electrolyzers for getting some slag is probably a very good idea in C block. At some point in time, I also kind of want to cover a C block at some point in time. But, well, one step at a time. The stereotype train is not here yet. We do need 2 of these. We just got the materials to make those. And one of these. Put out the power real quick. Come on, stereotype train, where are you? Didn't really check how full he was. I only checked that if he was there or not. He is 3/4 full. Perfect. What else do we get out of this? Nickel ore. So we do need a second dump over there. How many lamps do we have? 4. Right. Every other one gets 1. That should do. Cool. Excellent. We no longer need these placeholders. This can go now. I do kind of like how that is most of the time just a perfect fit over there. And then we got the nickel ore over there, going in over there, and going in over there. Perfect. So, nickel ore and lead ore. The lead ore we can send over straight to processing, because that is right over there. I'm out of belt. Here we go. That should be good enough. And then we need to do something with this little lead ore. How often did I call it leather ore today already? Way too often. Way too often. Okay, we need some more bricks and some more green circuits. And then we should be good to go. We probably also still need to, put in the feed at the bottom. Yeah, leather ore. Oh, Troopin! Hello there! Trooper, did you continue your lovely beaver adventure? Oi, Megatron, give Troopin a massive shout out because he's an absolute hero. Non-Italic Viking? Non-Italic Viking is... Well, Italic Viking himself is currently off. He's living in the ether. But Trooper, welcome to something classic. Well, mostly classic. We do got some weird mods installed over here. Where is she? She got stuck over there. She's currently stuck over there. Don't worry about it. Nothing weird is going on over here. I might need some more attention, though. There's also no such thing as... Are there still some corpses around? Yeah, there's still some corpses around. Yeah, she's been running around over there a bit. The other day I was testing an automation roguelike. Ooh, what the fuck is this? It's the girlfriend mod. Don't you have the girlfriend mod installed? I mean, if you're not careful, the biters will eat her. Also, she kind of looks a bit like a blow-up doll.
Megatron's voice is replaced by a robotic beep, beep, boop, unsupported reference detected. Troop not recognized as a hero. Reverts to default Megatron persona. Shh, fools. You dare to mention this troop in my presence. I am Megatron, the greatest leader Cybertron has ever known. My power is unmatched, and my will is unbreakable. Begins to rant about his own heroics. Shh. Who needs Troop when you have Megatron? I have conquered countless worlds, defeated the Autobots, and rewritten the history of Cybertron! Pauses. Wait, what was that? A shout-out for this Troop? Skeptical tone. Ah, yes. Because nothing says hero like a being with no mentionable feats or accomplishments in the vast expanse of time and space. Shh, please. I am the one who deserves recognition.
How does he manage to turn that around into something about himself and not about our lovely Trooper over there? Yeah, his internal he's broken all over. I need to put some more effort into him. But for now, in my opinion, he's fine. But he definitely has some schizophrenia going on with him. Alright. Now, we're playing some classic Bobs and Angels over here. Well, some classic Bobs and Angels with some fun mods installed as well. We got the Tiberium mod installed as well, which gives us these lovely Tiberium fields. And these Tiberium fields are actually kind of scary because they keep on growing. And they kind of start eating everything out we have out there. We used to have installed Rampant. I had to turn it off because we just couldn't keep up with it at all. So now we got more of the classic mods installed, like all of the classic Bob's enemies and other biter mods we have installed over here. Sadly, we can't really take much of a look out there right now because we can't really see that far. But, oh, She escaped. Go for it. You can do it. Ah, she died. Mojo, hey there. But there's a whole bunch of other biter mods installed as well. For disabling or removing rampant, we did re-enable biter migration. So even though it looks a little bit not that thick out there, trust me, it will get thicker. These boys are already on the move. We already had some people trying to settle within our walls. They got apprehended at our walls. But things are definitely moving around. Putting your waifu to work? Yes, it's bring your waifu to work day today. Did you not bring her to work? Probably for the best, because he would probably get laughed at. At the moment, we're mostly working on optimizing our little train setup over here. And we finally got the stereotype over here. So we can finally get copper going over there again. Perfect. Because we're kind of moving away from this weird starter base we had over here into something that's a little bit more optimized into doing some actual processing over there. Even though I do kind of enjoy this quite a bit, but there's a small problem over there. Tried mining the Tiberium yet? Yes, that's our power plant over here. Speaking of our power plant, how much longer until this one goes up again? Still a bit. Yeah, we were using the Tiberium over there as our power plant at the moment, which is kind of neat actually. And also we have got radar installed, so we can lob these things into the burning heat sources, which are basically small nuclear power plants in terms of functionality. They run on heat pipe as well, but they also get a good amount of neighborhood bonus. But of course, with every kind of square neighborhood bonus, the biggest problem we have is how do you get power into the middle one? Well, with Renai, you can just lob it in there. So we got these hatches over there that will catch whatever we lob into them over there. So that's pretty good as well. Yeah, we got another mod installed, which will make things over here a little bit more interesting, which is also kind of the reason why I'm not kind of balling out of control over here with this spaghetti base. Usually I'm not really having much of an issue over here with spaghetti base, but one of the mods we have installed is actually kind of forcing us over here a little bit to build in a more sane matter. And I think the best way to look at it is over here is where our power plant is, because our power poles have a power limit. If we transmit more than 60 megawatts over a medium power pole, that power pole will explode. For small wooden power poles, I think that limit is at 12. At 10 megawatts, you can go over a little bit, but at 12 they definitely go pop. But yes, we have to make sure that our power segments are somewhat sane. And for that we have these transformers over there, which don't really transform power on its own, but they kind of split your power segments. So we got like one big power arm over there. Actually, let's look at over here. We got like one big power arm over there. We got another big power arm over there. Each one of these together can make up to 43. That's also kind of the reason why we kind of split them in the middle. Because if we put all of this power plant onto the same grid, then these medium poles over there, yet again, would start to melt. But the big power poles over there can transmit up to 300. We need a demonstration? Sure. One moment, please. Let me just walk over there real quick. I'm actually not quite sure if it will be enough if I just plug in like a wooden power pole over there. And actually, that's one of the things. The mod also makes it so that power poles of different types no longer auto-connect to each other, which of course makes this a little bit better. At the same time, also sometimes a little bit more annoying to build. Unless you wire them explicitly, but let's put you down over there, for example. There we go, we got the power pole. It's complaining. Ah, there we go. I wasn't quite sure if you actually need to drag power through the pole or not. You Dutch, bro? Ik heb geen idee waarvan je praat. Ik kom niet uit Nederland. Nederland is ergens anders. I'm from Germany. Also, I will be renewing my passport this week. I have to go to Berlin on Wednesday. Does it destroy all powers in the network or only the first one? Nah, we can't really look at here anymore. It will destroy multiples on occasion. We had chain reactions before. Like for example, you can see every broken power pole over here is more or less a chain reaction, because just because a power pole breaks, if you're lucky, you kind of disconnect parts of your power plant that will lower the overall draw through your power grid. But if a power pole pops and you have still a draw that's going over the overall amount of all your power poles, then the next one will pop. And then the one after that will pop, and then the one after that will pop, etc, etc, etc. Until you reach to a point where you are basically either no longer drawing power because all the power poles have popped, or you've popped so many power poles that the overall draw is like less than 10 megawatts. There we go. Yeah, that's also kind of the reason why we can't really... I mean, we could technically replace every power pole, every wooden power pole in there with like a medium power pole, but I just didn't really want to do that. So we're kind of just rebuilding over here a bit more, where we are now going to be moving over here into a little bit more of a structured base. So we're kind of forced to build a little bit more structured by design, more or less. You might also notice that we got some of these accumulators here and there. There is a weird small issue. We can't really see it right now, but you will be able to see it at night. That we have a little bit... It's actually kind of neat, actually. We have a little bit of a lag on our power draw. For example, if a machine goes on and draws, like, say, a megawatt, it will take, like, a couple of ticks before that megawatt is actually supplied into that power network. Which means you will see the lights flicker whenever like a machine goes on, which is also something you would probably notice if you're living in a house not up-to-date power lines in your walls. Because, for example, you might notice, you might have noticed this, you might never have noticed this, it kind of really depends on where you live. If your washing machine or your boiler starts up or something like that, you might see your lamps flicker for like a brief moment of a second. So you want a schnitzel? You know what I really would want? Sauté croquette. Oh, we don't get them down here. Whenever I go to TwitchCon, I basically just eat croquette every day, because we don't get them over here. Especially the sauté croquette. And if you don't know what the sauté croquette is, nom, 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 nom. It's basically a meat roll in a bread mantle with peanut butter sauce inside. Best thing ever. And if you think it's disgusting, eat it. Go for it. You will never want anything ever else again. Until you have eaten so much of them that you actually really want to switch up to something else. But I'm looking forward to TwitchCon again. We need some tin plates. Actually, good thing that we got some tin plates over there. So, up we go. You live close by the Netherlands? No, I live in the south of Germany. If I want to go to the Netherlands, it's basically a 6-hour trip or something like that. It's not too far. But it's definitely too far to just quickly go over there if I want to have a croquette. If I want to quickly go over to the other border to get something, I would go to France to get myself a baguette and a bottle of wine. Because that's basically down the road from over here. Pretty much, if I would follow the road over there, all the way to where it ends, well, not really where it ends. It basically, the road never ends. But if I would just follow the road after like 20 minutes, I would be in France. on a bicycle, I would be there in 5. There we go. There we go. All right. We need, what else? We need one of these. Good, good, good. But most importantly, the entire pack over here is just your classic Angels and Bobs, because I've been playing so many variants of Modern Factorio, mostly SE, K2, and Pyanodons. And it's just been ages, absolute ages, since I played like more or less classic Bobs and Angels. Oh yeah, also she does this the entire time. That I was really like, hey, I kind of want to play some Angels and Bobs. So let's get back into Angels and Bobs. I guess not offering you a beaver tail, a sweet pastry is out of the question then? Oh, a beaver tail. I could eat a beaver. They're basically popsicles, aren't they? Alright, let's make sure that we balance you again. Not like that. And then... yeah, this is not the cleanest of my works, but it'll be fine. Alright, alright, alright. But this will now start to sort, or sort the crushed rhubarb into lead ore and nickel ore. Technically, we could set up the nickel ore processing, because if we want to make better bronze, putting in nickel ingots over there will make it so much better. And that would be straight up over there. To do some nickel processing, we could do that over there. Do we have advanced nickel processing? Nickel processing is... Oh, we need carbon monoxide for that. No worries, we can make that, because carbon monoxide, I think we can make that out of carbon. It's been a while. There it is. Carbon and purified water will make us some carbon monoxide. Cool. But we don't really have any kind of the processing recipes yet, so... But yeah, we should definitely go for it, because over here in the mixing... What else can we do with nickel? Nickel is one of those metals that you use to make some certain alloys. You don't really use it to actually... Wait a minute. Alternative recipes... Ah, there we go, used in. I was looking for this one here. You don't really use the plates themselves, mostly, and actually... I don't even think there is not even a plate recipe. Most of these others do have a plate recipe, but nickel doesn't have a plate recipe because it usually goes to the other things. We can turn that into tin. That's not nickel. That's zinc. That's nickel. They have the same shade of green. Boiled meatballs? It's not really meatballs. It's different, because meatballs are more rigid. It's more like a sort of meat ragu, which then is breaded and then deep fried. I mean, croquettes are a thing. It's technically just a croquette. If you know what a croquette is, then you know. Well, that was kind of stupid, wasn't it? If you know, you know, you know. But croquettes, it really depends on which region you live in, because some regions have more croquettes than others. German croquettes are all made out of potatoes. They're also pretty good, but not made out of meat. Alright, but getting back to the nickel over here. Yeah, we can throw our nickel over there into a molten iron recipe. Two of them, two different ones for them. We can make them into mold. Okay, there is nickel plate. Never mind, I was talking bullshit. There is nickel plate. What do we need nickel plate for? Wait a minute. Nickel plate is only required in the Roboport antenna array 3 and array 4. Nothing else. Wow, really? Boo. Je met frikandels. Yeah, but the Dutch frikandel is basically a croquette. Of course, you know what a croquette is? It's a game that you play with various colored flamingos in the animated version of Alice in Wonderland. No, that's cricket. And that's very popular in other places. And if you talk bad about it, you will get beat up by a cricket stick. I never really got too deep into cricket. Is cricket part of the Olympic Games? Kind of curious about that. I mean, if things like curling is in it, cricket should also be in it, right? Alright, we can also throw our nickel ingots over there into the titanium process, in the steel process, once we get this recipe unlocked, but we can still come out for that. The bronze process is probably going to be the best one. Invar is probably going to be more important than that, where we just turn that together with steel and nickel into Invar. And then it should be. Alright, I hope so. And then there's also nitinol, which is also something that's coming in very, 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 very late stuff. But sure, let's make ourselves some nickel then, I guess. Why not? For that we need the blast furnace, and for the blast furnace we need brakes. Here we go. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting, because the word frikandel in the Netherlands, it's those meat croquettes, more or less. In German, the frikandelle is more like, yeah, it's more like a boiled meatball. You are very correct about that. But also a frikandel is also a type of sausage. It goes like all over with it. Cricket isn't the Olympics set to be added in 2028? Does it need to be added? boiled? It's not really boiled, is it? I mean, it's... Technically, it's... What is it? It's not really steamed either. I mean, if you make them at home, you fry them up from every side, and then you kind of put them in the pan, and you just leave them in there for a bit, so they get really, really saucy. They're getting meat stewed, more or less. If you kind of think about it, they're getting meat stewed. Because you put them in your pan, you fry them up from both sides, then you put the lid on the pan, where you let them simmer in their own zoot for a bit, so they get like really, really juicy. And then once they're really, really juicy, you get them out. But that's not really cooking. That's not really boiling. But it's also not really frying. It's more like just dampening in their own meat dust. Air. Dampness. Like, think of an air fryer, but instead of like spraying fat, you're just spraying meat juice. Oh. Yes. Also, I got distracted. We want to make one of these. Guess you have the really sad version? Probably. Oh, I also noticed... okay, there's some random bullshit on this line, but it doesn't really matter. Alright. There will be no processing of the ores right now. The only thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be turning it into ingots right away. But actually, wait a minute, let's just melting them. We don't need that either. Alright, this is going fine. Why did you stop? Because we're not using you. That's why. Pretty easy, actually, because it's just like here. You want your ingots? There they are! Well, 90% of its fan base live in South Asia. It has a fan base that's grown in excess of 1 billion people. Well, mostly because it's like a billion people living in South Asia. I never really got into Crockett. I don't think I will ever. But if you're enjoying it, why not? You should enjoy whatever you want to enjoy. Alright, let's place you then, I guess over there or something like that. You over there? That's again the tin, that's the nickel. Let's maybe rotate you over there. We do need a liquefier for this entire process. Liquefier, thank you very much. Then we're also going to be pulling up. I'm actually kind of questioning myself right now. Why did we actually leave this much space over here? Because there's no mixing and matching of the ores. This makes little sense, actually. You have a single red one. You can need about... Technically, you need up to 9 ores per second. Alright, get 2 then. There you go. Good. We do need actually the purified water as well. And the liquefier is somewhere over there. We can place you over there. We'll just direct hook you up like this to that. You're going to make ourselves some carbon monoxide. There we go. How much do you make? You make 56.2. You need less than that. That is good. How much carbon do you need per second? 1 carbon per second, which we can just grab from over there. Alright. And then you need some purified water, which... Yeah, this entire thing over there needs to go down by 1. You over there, you're still going to be making sulfuric acid. There we go. Which also means that we're going to do something like this and that. To this. But also to that. Stop rotating my pipe! There we go. Good, that gives you the carbon dioxide you need. You do need some fuel for that, so how about we just do the easy thing? Actually, let's just put a split over there. I was kind of thinking of just like putting it down. What the fuck? But this will be fine. Not like this. Like that, please. Good. I mean, at least then we start processing our nickel, which I think is going to be very important, because else it will only end up backing up. It will still end up backing up, but at least now we start moving it around and start using it. Oh, thank you for the follow, mate. Wait. There we go. And I guess over there we just use the side exit. There we go. Alright, let's build this in reverse, because we need to go through a whole bunch of bullshit over here. Rotating my pipe. Somewhere in my Discord, under the anime memes, there's that one image of, what was it again? Well, I don't think I can even talk about it on stream. When there was just a doctor, was like, he got his dick ripped off, how? Here we go, here we go. It was from what happens in the dungeon, which is just such a fun read. Alright. At least we got the space over there. Bum, 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 bum. Good. We could immediately switch you up to the better bronze recipe now. So no longer this recipe. We're gonna go for that recipe, which will make more bronze. It will consume more tin, but it will consume the same amount of copper, which I guess is fair. Also, we should use some lamps over there. If I could make some. I'm out of copper? I am out of copper. Also, there's some random trees over here, which we just did not grenade. There we go. I guess for the copper, it does make sense if we just maybe put a storage chest or two. And I guess for the bronze as well. There we go. Can we make some steel chests real quick? There we go. Because those are always things we need to pick up for certain buildings and crafts. For the tin, it does not really make too much sense. We don't really need that much tin right now. Ah, by the way, I was talking about the power flickering. So, yeah. Part of the issue with the power grid thingamajig over here is, if we take these two out, you can see how it starts to flicker. That's because our satisfaction always has like a little bit of a lag to it, which is more or less reflecting the natural things of states. You will have the same amount of lag over here in any kind of electrical setup. So we usually place up to like 2 accumulators over there to just like buffer this like a little bit, so that this power spike over there can be compensated. So I also kind of hope that this over here does not escalate over time, but there we go. That should be fine. You're also operating now. You're operating now. Everybody over there is operating. We got a whole bunch of lovely materials coming in over there. Lovely. Amazing. This is great. All right. Let's make the lead ingots, and the solder is going to be important. What do we need for the solder again? Solder. Solder's over there. We only got the first solder recipe, which is just lead ingots and tin ingots. So some of these tin ingots over there also need to go somewhere over there. Which means we need 2 things. We need 2 of these. 1 to make solder and 1 to make lead plates. Also, can we move this around a bit? Can we just go maybe from the top? Wait a minute. Ah, I just wanted to say, how do you still have power? That didn't work at all. Oop, train. Alright, alright. Induction furnace. I guess we're gonna have like one over here somewhere. Let's just start building this for now. And I guess we could still go with just 2 of these. 1, 2, 3. Maybe flip you around. That'll be fine. Because you're gonna be making some solder. You can consume up to 30 molten metal per second. This guy over there can technically make more than that. You can make up to 90 per second. But at the same time, we're going to be making up to 4.5 pieces of solder per second. If we do need more, we can always extend this upwards a little bit more. But for now, this will be fine. This is all we're going to need. Which also means that you need some lead ingots. Lead ingots are coming in from over there. We will also need the other building over here somewhere. I guess we can place you over there. Let's give you some power over there. Let's give you one over there, you one over there, you one over there. Pum pum pum. Let's also set you up to molten lead. There we go. Lead casting. Well, you're gonna need a tin. I am out of undergrounds. What are we missing for more undergrounds? Nothing. We can just pocket craft them. I guess for this we're gonna need the yellow underground. For yellow undergrounds we do require ourselves some more tin plates. There they are. I hope the yellow one can get underneath this. Yellow belt is a little bit extended in this mod. So I think we might be able to do this. Barely, but we can. I guess we can place you over there. Oh wait! Good, that's sold up and running again. And then the only thing we're gonna need over there is gonna be... place over there. I was kind of thinking about where I could be placing things in the future, but that's Future Boss problem, not my problem. And you over there starts working on lead again. I am out of parables. I got exactly 1. What are we missing for that? Steel? Iron? Copper? Really? Copper? Alright. Alright, there we go. That should be the most important part down again, which we need to restart our science production and maybe also start to do some kind of automation. I'm kind of thinking of just putting all these plates and everything just across the train tracks over here. And then we're just gonna recombobulate. Oh good god, what the fuck's going on over there? We're just gonna recombobulate it over there. Let me just get rid of all these blow-up dolls. Yeah, somebody is littering these blow-up dolls everywhere. Don't worry about it. They are not sentient. They might talk to you, but that's all in your mind. There we go. Alright, alright, alright. Let's also get rid of you over there. So let's pick up this real quick. There we go. One moment, please. There we go. Alright, perfect. So, we're basically going to be building a belt mall. Even though I don't really want to build a belt mall, that's what we're going to have to do. It basically means we're going to have to build a main bus. I'm a big fan of main buses. But I think in this case, it might be the best choice. Because we just want to start the better automation of all... I don't want the pocket craft anymore. That's basically it. I just don't want the pocket craft anymore. I've had enough of pocket crafting. And we could wait until we get... Well, we're basically just at bots. It's right over there. Okay. Then we're just going to build a quick science build. A quick red, green, and... Actually, red and green is all that we need. Yeah, no. The moment I kind of started thinking about main boss, I was like, no, fuck that. Not that main boss is bad. If you want to work with a main boss, go for it. I just don't like it. Have you ever tried the cube mod? You mean the ultra cube mod? Oh, yes. Ultra cube was fun. I really enjoyed that one. Do you recommend it? If you want to play Factorio in a very different way, in terms of, in a way how you've never played Factorio before, yes. Because you will have to think about how to build certain things in Factorio differently than you have had ever before. And because of the restriction of the Ultra Cube. And in a nutshell, if anybody does not know what Ultra Cube is, it's a mod that gives you this all-empowering cube. It's a cube of infinite mass and of infinite energy. And to make, for example, to smelt materials, you take the cube, you put the cube into the smelter, you put the ores into the smelter, the cube will start to smelt the ores, and then once you're done with it, you take the cube out again. And then you probably want to craft certain things, which means you need to bring the cube over to the crafting machine, drop the cube in. So close! You drop the cube in, you start crafting, and you take the cube out again. You only get one cube. So that's going to be your main problem to solve. And that's going to be interesting. Later on, you get some different processes that does some different things. I'm not going to spoil that for you. You have to figure that one out for yourself. But I had a lot of fun playing Ultra Cube. Alright, big, not really big, small, quick, stupid science setup. That's what we're gonna call it over here. Make some bread assembly machines. Which does mean that we do need to make a quick green circuit machine as well. Which we can make out of these basic electronic machines over there. That will also make making green circuits a little bit easier to do. So we're gonna make some of these as well. And then we need to pick ourselves up some green circuits. Also, I got some random ingots in here. I'll just put them into my deep pocket. There we go. There's now also Ultra Cube in Space Age, apparently. People have told me that. I've not looked too much into it. But there has been work on a Space Age compatible Ultra Cube one as well, which I think could also be a lot of fun. Let's just pick up these green circuits over there. There you go. There was 20 left in there. That should probably be fine. Do we actually need green circuits to make these circuit assemblers? We sure do. Alright. I should probably pick up a couple more green circuits. I was kind of thinking to myself, this will probably be more than enough. Nah, I think we need more. So let's pick up some more. And there. Still have a couple going around. Alright, that should allow us to make whatever we need. So, quick green circuit build. We need some basic electronics, some wooden boards, and some solder. We still need wooden boards for this? What the hell, man? The wooden boards, at least we can make those out of a greenhouse, a greenery, which we can easily, quickly set up. No worries about that. At least we don't need to put in any basic circuit boards, though basic circuit boards we do need for our red signs over there. Can we make... Let's just put one of these down real quick. What can we make in these? So these are the... these are the tiny bob assemblers. I was kind of thinking they're just a scaled down version, right? But actually they're not. They do have a different top animation, which is kind of neat actually. I think there used to be a scaled down version, but they are no longer that. So we can make all of the electronic parts in there. Good thing is, they're kind of faster, aren't they? Because you got a crafting speed of 1. And you got a crossing speed of 0.75. Yeah, they are faster. But they are kind of limited in the things they can do, which is mostly things like cables and electronic components. But that is more than enough. So, if we want to make some of these circuits over there, the brown circuits over there, we would need to have a machine over there that makes these at the rate of 1 per second. And we can already tell that this over there will be a rate of 2 to 1. So we would have something like this. And then you would also need 3 copper wire per second. One of these over there makes how much copper wire per second? You make 4 copper wire per second. Alright. There is an optimal ratio for this if we move it around, but I think I'm gonna be fine with these over here, just not running at optimal speed. It's only gonna be like an intermediate build for now, just something for us, so that we can get some of these circuits over there rolling out, printing out. That's the only thing we need them for. So that could be our circuit build. Then again, it's 3, you make 4, that's 6. 2 of these next to each other would be 12. Now, actually, if we would roll it out completely, we would have, yeah, let's just scan it out real quick. If we have something like this, something like that, we would have this, that, this, and we would have that and that. That would be the optimal ratio. You went outside to move your car after the street sweeper went by, and it's so bright out that everything was whited out. Your eyes are overstimulated for being inside for a couple of weeks or more. I'm looking at my clock over here. It's 10 p.m. Unless you're living in... Wait. How bright is it over there? You could be on the other side of the pond. Also, you do have to go outside every now and then. I mean, you're basically a potato that needs sunlight every now and then. Or water. There is still a small amount in there. That counts, but I should probably get myself a new one. Llama boy! Hello there! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Let's quickly sketch out the green one over there as well, before I pick up something to drink. Get the fuck out of there. Oi! Oi! I'll put you over there. You make this at the rate of 2.5 per second. We need it at the rate of 4 per second. So technically it's more something like this and that. That counts? Perfect. We're making one more than we actually need, but so be it. We also need to make ourselves some tin copper wire. You make 10 per second. You need 1 per second. But we don't really need that many green circuits per second, right? Right. We just need enough so that science can roll again. You also need carbon. Carbon we do have down over there, so nothing to worry about for that at all. And then just bring in 20. Well, if we would be running this at full speed, it would be 20 copper wire per second. That's too much. But then again, we only need 2 tin wire over there, which means we only need 20% of this, which means we need 4 copper wire per second, which is technically something like this. That's 6, but that's fine. And you know what? I'm just gonna go. We also need the brown. We also need these boys over there. Something like this. Alright. We make 1 per second over there. We make 2 per second over there. Cience. Yeah, that's probably fine, because if we make this, if we make logistics science packs at the rate of 1 per second, we're gonna need 1 green circuit per second and 1 brown circuit per second. And over here we need another brown circuit per second. So this is all that we need. We're gonna take this. Alright, we're going to build this, I guess, right over here. We'll probably get some trees done over there. For that we do need to make that lovely tree farm again. I can make 1, perfect. We need a couple more on that though. For that we need more stone. It's the cheapest tree farm, it's the slowest of them all, but it's just enough work for us that we don't need to worry about anything. Bum. That should be enough. That's probably too much, but that should be enough. We also do have water over there. Or at least we can use the groundwater pumps, groundwater bores to get the water in over there. So that should be fine as well. Alright. How about we start with these real quick? Like you over there, and then you over there. You guys are making... You guys are having wood. You need 100 water per second to operate this. Every groundwater pump bore over there is 60. So 3 of these, that will be 180. 4 of these will be 240. I can count. I'm also running out of pipe. Hello there, train. How you doing, train? Nice to see you, train. We got the pipe machine over here, and I have to think about it. Once we're back, let's set up a pipe machine where our metal is being made. Because this one over there... Oh, I had some underground over there, never mind. For some reason I was looking for pipe over here, where the chem tank was, but we have to look over there. Never mind. Also, it takes so long to get there. Here. Just drive that couple of meters over there. Alright, 1, 2. 2, 1. There we go. Let's move these back by a bit. Don't you rotate them, please. Alright, that's making wood. That's going to be making all the wood that we need. Actually, is it? Wait a minute. You're making this at the rate of 2 per second. We need it at the rate of... We need 3 wood per second in total for this entire thing. We require more wood. Let's make a little bit of a wood farm over there then. 2 of them together make exactly 1 piece of wood. We need 2 more of these. Alright. Back I go, I guess. Which is basically this setup over there, which is no longer required. So let's just pick up this one instead of building new ones. Cannibalize where we can cannibalize. There we go. Use the car to drive a couple of meters. Welcome to Los Angeles. I've been there once. For TwitchCon. But it's actually so weird. In certain parts. I mean, this is part because that's just how America is. And don't worry, it's not going to be any negative. But, like, when I was at TwitchCon, and I was just, like, walking down the street. For one, I had, like, so much space to walk everywhere because nobody was walking on the sidewalk because everybody was driving. And for another, because it was, like, in the middle of the inner city, nobody was driving because getting there is kind of hard in the middle of the city. So it was this kind of weird thing where I just had these massive streets the entire time for myself. And it was like, okay, that's kind of neat actually. But there were like so little people walking on the street that it kind of almost had this kind of flair you get. Like when you live like in a German village or something like that. If you live in a German village, whenever you see somebody walking on the street and you're basically going to walk into them or past them, you greet each other. You go like, hello, hello, and then you just fuck off because who cares who that is? Not to be mean or anything like that. But I got the same kind of flair going on when I was in San Diego because there was just so little people on the street. Whenever I would be walking past somebody, it was like, hello, and I was like, hello, and then just walk off. Which is so weird because San Diego is a massive city. Like, there were skyscrapers all around, and they got like this weird village, German village flair out of it. Which was just like kinda weird, but enjoyable. Weird, but enjoyable. Oh, is it wood that we need for that? There we go. Alright, it's gonna be a total of 600 units of water. That's a total of 10 of these pumps. So how about we do the following? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Could have probably built this very differently. Let's maybe move you over there. This connection there makes a little sense. There we go. But that's all the water that you need, which you can then turn over there into things like actual wood. Alright, these are operating. Then, pom 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 pom. Copper is there, tin is there. So that together can make our copper tinned wire. It might just be easiest if we just bring the wood across and then process it over there. The only place where we need solder is for you to put it all together. Solder's over there. And then the rest of it is wood. We could also put copper and tin on the half and half belt. Because we don't need that much copper, do we? Actually, we do need a bit. We need 6 copper wire. Actually, we can check over here. Our total number of materials is going to be... well, 1 circuit per second. 1 circuit per second is 3 copper... That doesn't give me anything. We can just calculate it together over here. Copper wire is a rate of 1 to 2. So it's 6 copper wire together. That's 3 pieces of copper per second over there. And then over here it is... It's going to be more for you, right? You also need... you need tinned wire over there. You need a total of 2 tinned wire per second. That is going to be another 8 pieces of copper. 4 pieces of copper. What did we say? Yeah, it's going to be 2 tinned wire per second, which is going to be another 4 pieces of copper per second over there. But we need a little bit less than that. But that's going to be 4 wire per second. It's going to be 2 copper per second. So that's 2, 6, 8 at most. 8 is a full white belt though. And then the carpet, and then everything else. Just put it in there. It'll be fine. Don't worry too much about it. The only thing I do need to worry about is make some more of these. Alright, yeah, just rip these up. We're just going to build it onto the right. We're going to move over everything else over there. There you go. And then take a break. You got the paper for the finalizing boards to be used in the red circuits. Then the resin requires silver ore, which requires chunk processing. Ah! I'm not even at the resin boards yet. Boo! Also, it kind of makes me think that if we need the wood over here, why not make the wood over there? So we're gonna pick you up again. Ugh. I'm gonna leave the wood on the belt. You're sitting with blue signs? Nice. That's kind of what I want to get to today as well, if possible. Alright, I'm picking it up. I was kind of like, I'm just going to leave it there, but there we go, it's done. But as always, my focus is not the highest again, so I'm kind of just kind of building stupid stuff in the corner again, as I usually end up doing. Alright, we're going to start over there with the copper wire into the tin wire. So, you over there. Do we already have the better tin wire? Oh, we have the tin wire spools, though. Ooh, that makes it so much easier. Yeah, let's do that. We got 1 strand caster for that. Do this, because then we don't need to fuck around with anything at all. And actually, if we make a 2nd strand caster, we could technically, well, for the copper wire, it makes no real sense, but for the tin wire, it makes a lot of sense. Basically donezo. And then how much water per second do you need? Basically nothing at all. This is at the point where I kind of go like where the ground bore pumps are going to be a bit silly in my opinion, because technically you're done. Resist the attractiveness of sense? Yeah. I mean, information overload is definitely a thing that can happen if you're not being careful. Yep. Alright, that'll be the tin wire, and then 1, 2, 3. We're going to be a little bit further away to turn that into that. Doesn't even require power. The groundwater bore does not require power. There we go. Then we get the carbon over. The carbon is at the moment all the way over there. Map. Hey. Well, let's try to getting there. We do need the occasional yellow underground for this though. For more yellow underground we need more tin plates. We got tin plates over here. We got tin plates at home. There we go. And also we require more iron. As always. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that a couple more times. 2 more times at least. And then more tin plates real quick. Whoop. And then 1 more time. And then we're over there. How about we go straight up? Because we can. And then across over there. Good. That's where our carbon will be coming in from. There we go. Carbon coming in. Wait a minute. Yeah. That'll work. That'll be for you then. 1, 2, 3. We might as well just go max distance with these. For this, we will probably need red inserters. Because these are being made... Actually, yellow inserters will probably... Actually, yellow inserters are fine for this one. Good. Bringing the solder over there. And on top of that, we need one of those wood-making buildings. Yeah, let's just keep, like, the long-hand inserters going. Because why not? We got all the space over there. Which will also mean that that wood-making machine will be back again over here somewhere. Now, what the hell? Good. Let's bring in the solder first. So the solder is somewhere over there. There it is. Map. I guess for this, fine. But not like that. Pum. Over there. Good, that will be your solder. Then let's make the wood machine 1 more time. This time in the correct spot, I swear. I'm not rebuilding it another time. And then 1, 2, 3. Gotta think about it. We need 10 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, alright, alright. And that will be our wood production. At least for the green circuits. Let's just bring it in straight away. Alright, that is green circuits redone. Not the fastest build, but 1 per second is all that we need for now. It will be bigger later. Brown circuits is more of the same, isn't it? Because we need, well, we can make a half and half belt out of our green and out of our browns. Let's do that. That seems like a sensible idea. Really know that this video will be not this. That's the wooden boards. The brown circuits. There we go. We do know we had to build for that. Let's just skip back to that real quick for a second. 1, 2, 3, 1, 1. You do these, and over there you do copper, copper, and then extendo. For the copper ones, we will need some fast inserters. For the wooden ones, yellow inserters will be fine. There we go. Let's just put it in like this for now. We might need to adjust this belt a little bit, but then we can do this and that. There we go. That'll be that. We could do the copper strand stuff, but I think I'll just go for just the copper. That's the wrong thing we need to build. For the copper plates over here. Don't do that. Do this. Which technically... There we go. Do this like this and that. White underground does not go far enough, but this will be far enough. There we go. Let's put some lamps in here because it's kind of dark. Let's maybe put them on the top and on the bottom so we can place them somewhat symmetrically. And once the wood is here, everything is here. Good. Red and green circuits are good to go again. To turn that into red signs, we just need to combine up our brown circuits with some iron gear wheels. And to turn that into green circuits, we need to make some transport belt and some yellow inserters. Yellow inserters are made out of iron gear wheels and brown circuits, as well as iron plate. And yellow belt is made out of white belt with some tin. Alright. Let's also pick up our science centers real quick. It took way too long to get back over here, but my opinion, absolutely worth it, because at least now we got some better resource processing in front of it. Especially train-powered resource processing. Our main objective is to get as fast as we can into some decent robotics. That's going to be the main objective. Alright, we're going to pick up the labs real quick. There they are. Let's maybe also stop doing what you're doing. All the Tiberium signs over there, we will have to check up on Tiberium signs after this at some point in time. We're gonna have a... I'm not quite sure how fast, how many labs we can support. I mean... Is that 1 pack per 30? How was this again? I guess it's 1 pack per 30, right? So if we put on 30, we would be consuming 1 SPM. 1 SPS. With 60 SPM? Well, we'll see about that soon. The main idea over here is going to be, since we're going to be focusing on red and green signs mostly, let's also give this some distance. You make green? Actually, you make red, you're easier. You make green? Because we need more of this stuff over there. Put it into there, and then from here on out, we're just gonna move into a science pyramid or something like that. That part we're gonna figure out in a second or two. Let's do you real quick because you are the easiest. And actually this is also gonna be our limiting factor, because if we kind of think about it, if we really want to use up a circuit per second, then this is too small. I'm already building it in a stupid way. I'm very good at that. Let's extend a bit. Let's make it bigger. So, if we want to consume up to 1 brown circuit per second, then each one of these over here consumes up to 0.15 brown circuits per second. Marius, hello there. Welcome to Small for Bold. Yeah, sometimes I just kind of forget that I can build bigger than I want to. It happens occasionally. And you go like, wait, why did we make this so stupidly small? It needs to be bigger. And then we just make it bigger. But it's going to be 2, 4, 6, technically 7 of these. But let's maybe just go for... Let's just keep this in the ratio of the building itself. 1 craft per second at whatever the crafting speed is. Which means we're going to put down 5 of these. And we're going to place some over there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get out of the way. Then, make some more of these. What do we need for more of these? Mostly brown circuits, of which we have quite a bit. And steel. And iron. Iron and steel. Also, you're the wrong way around. You just put 2 6-star charts and Arc Knights in one pool? Congrats! Which one was it? I mean, when I pulled E1, I also got like 2 E1s in one pool. Which was kinda neat. Make all of these. You there. You make gears. Yeah, you make gears. Fast enough for all of these lads over there. Gabelta's new one and Li Fang for a second time? I'm not the biggest fan of Li Fang. I don't know, he just sits usually in the corner and does kind of nothing, you know? 3, 4, 5. We have the gear machine over there somewhere. That's still something I kind of find a bit disappointing. We got, I mean, some of the 6 stars are more or less merged into the main story. But some of the 6 stars, why the fuck are they even there? Why do they exist? It would be something I would like to see a little bit more of, like a little bit more integration of the existing characters, because most of it is all either Perlica or Chen or Perlica and Chen. It's all Perlica and Chen. Let's move you over here. Let's put you over there. Let's see, the brown circuit's over there. Oh, we can do something fun over here. No. This way. You, filter. Brown circuits. And they're only the 5-star 5-star charts. Yeah. And just not too bad. I mean, everybody should have like some kind of representation, but also the other 4-star characters. What do they exactly do? What do they bring to the table? There's still a lot of groundwork the game needs to be doing. Here we go. But then again, if you compare it to the mobile game, where you got something like 390 operators, it's the polar opposite. I mean, at least over there, every operator you have in there is usually somehow tied into some story, somewhat or another. 4 stars are meat shields. The 3-star operators in a mobile game, do not underestimate them. They are pretty decent. They can get a lot of shit done. And most maps, you can just win by using... You can win maps by only using 3-star operators plus 1 signature 6-star operator. Where the 3-star operators are just doing exactly what they're told to do. Like, support that 1 6-star operator you have. And then you just try to do the best with that. And you can get pretty far with that, which is a lot of fun, actually. Arkness is a mobile app? It started out as a mobile app. It's been around for 5 years now? The original was the tower defense. The only reason why I started playing that was because I was kind of stuck with my family over Christmas, and I was like, I need to do something. I don't want to talk to any one of these motherfuckers over here. So, Ark Knights it is. Hey there, Larry. And the mobile game is a lot of fun. Arkness enemy charts are only 4, 5, and 6 stars. Yeah, at least in the mobile game, you do get 1-star characters, which also have their use, which is kind of neat actually, but they are very niche. But they do have the best character ever as a 1-star. Alright, can we get a good picture of him? There we go, there he is. Behold, one of the most powerful 1-star characters in Arknight's Mobile, the game. Confess 47. If you don't confess to 47 over here, you will get assassinated. It's already been 4 years in service, apparently. That's an operator. It's a booth that's... I think it's a confession booth, but why the fuck does it have so many guns? Well, it also has a bit to do with where it's from and yada yada yada. There's a whole bunch of backstory to this as well, because it's all this entire hyper-militaristic church and stuff like that. But still, one of the most weirdest and most fun characters ever. Oh, there's a whole bunch more of 1-star characters. Wait a minute. Can we sort these for 1-star characters? All the robots are 1-star characters. Oh, I can't. All right, operators. 1-star operators. There we go. Confess was the latest one. You also got the useless streamer girl. She was an April's Fool's joke. You got like your medic bot. You got punch bot, Mr. Fiston. His name is actually Friston. Nah, it's a fisting. He got a Polaroid camera. I just noticed. What the hell? This is gonna like say cheese. Slap. She was the April Fool's character, which was just like here. Have this operator. Some people actually use her, but she just sits around and does nothing. Alright, back to the game. Here you go. Alright, make some yellow belt, make some yellow inserters. I think one of each will be more than enough. We need quickly. I want to get back into research ASAP. One for the belt. One for the inserter. One for the gears, I guess. Will that be enough? Also, on top of that... this belt. We'll go over there. We need some more underground real quick. Let's give it some distance. 1, 2, 3. We also need some extra distance in here so that we can get these other builds straight. This is more like a means to an end build. Because we need to get this going, we need to get that going. Not this one, wrong color of belt, that going. Which we know we will need this going. You over here, you require gears, you over there, you require gears. Can we just move you out by like 2 more? Because if we do that, then I think 1 gear machine over there will probably be able to supply all of those, right? Right, is this gonna be fine? You're making 1.5 gears per second. You do need 1.5 gears per second to make like 1.5 inserters per second. Do we need 1.5 inserters per second? We do need 1 inserter per second. And if you make yellow belt, then you require even more gears. But then we can at least do something like this, where we make another gear machine on top. We need a little bit more for that. For that, we need a little bit more steel. That should be enough for the machines. So you make some more gears over here. You make the white belt. That's 1.5. That's 3. That will be all the gears that we need, I think. You go this way. And they will reach. You go that way. That will be then the common output belt for the belt and for the inserters, which will then be going to there. While we're here, all the way around. This will also be picking up the green gears. That's the whole reason why we kind of built this a little bit outwards like this. Because you need the brown circuits over there as well. Good. Which also kind of means that this go... Oi! Let's pull it along like this. There we go, it'll be fine. This way, that way. Also, what's... I was like, what's with the gears? Or the circuits over there? That's still a belt the wrong way around. Also, what happened to... Alright. Did that some... Never mind. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Alright. Iron plate. We're gonna make this in not the best way. In terms of how we could insert this. Marius, have a good night rest, mate. Thank you so much for being there. Have a good one. Yeah, how late is it? It's only 11? For some reason, it kind of felt like way later than that. You over there, you also require iron plates. This will all just back up. Usually not a really big fan of this kind of build behavior. But that is fine. The other thing we now need over there is the tin plate. You also require iron plate over there. Circuits are moving. Good. Why are these circuits not moving? Because you're missing the solder. Wait a minute. There we go. Alright, then we'll make red signs again. Good. Yeah, you need brown circuits and you need tin plates. Tin plates are right over there. For the tin plates, we're just going to do a quick, stupid, and easy solution. Does require yellow underground, which we're just going to make real quick. There we go. And a white underground. There we go. Really? I ran out of belt right at the end? The last belt? There we go. That should do it, right? One of those machines over there is not working as it should be. That's why. Is it just me? Or is there a weird effect going on this build? Can you even see it on stream? Or is my monitor over there just slowly dying? It looks grainier than usual. Maybe I've just never noticed that before. Let's put on some yellow belt real quick. Is it on the yellow belt the same? It's also on the yellow belt. But I can see it's at the edges over here. There's a bit of a slight discoloration right on the edge. Probably in my monitor? No. Because why would there be... No, if I move this along, there's a very slight discoloration at the edge of every belt. I never noticed that before. Ooh. I'm so looking too deeply at that belt, made my vision go wonky. Alright, Ah, you're missing your inserter still. Wait a minute. I was like, why are you not doing anything? There you go. Double tap. Good. And then we just move the entire science column all the way over here. Yeah, we can probably also add more labs. Let's start with this. No, wait, that's not gonna work at all. Wait a minute. That's better. I mean, this is gonna be 4 science per second. Yeah, we could at least run 10. You're very correct about that. Let's do one thing real quick. Abandon this. Sorry. Where is it? There it is. Let's get these two in real quick. And we can most likely run more laps. You are most likely correct about that. Let's put down 10. Let's put down 9. Actually, wait a minute. No. Unless we go around the corner. Good. Oh, we should have done this ages ago. But we just got so blindsided by Rampant just keeping us on our toes. Alright, make more of these. Let's also kiss you in real quick. Wait a minute. Ah. That'll work. That'll work. apparently 10 minutes. Let's go faster. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, chaining them together like this is not always considered to be the best, but it's effective. It's effective and easy. That's probably the more important part. Alright, get to those lab researchers in here. Then, what was that we originally planned to do so? We were running with plastics. Plastic into bots, into construction bots, logistic bots, bot speed. Probably roboports first, then bot speed. Alright, 10 labs, pulling in 10 science per minute, I guess. But once we get this research speed, lab speed upgrades in there, it will go a little bit faster. But yeah, let's spend most of our science over there into just getting through the tech tree real quick, because there's a lot of stuff to tech. And we do kind of want to get ourselves into... We should probably also set up military science again over there very soon after. Probably not something for today. Maybe something for today. Just a quick and dirty... I mean, this entire setup over there at the moment will just be for science. And then later on, it will go into chests, where we're then going to be building the robot ball right over there. But for now, it just goes all into science. The beer over there is also kind of spreading over. And once we get some better building automation going on, then we can start to rebuild a whole bunch of stuff as well. How much research speed lab did we get out of this? 20%. That's going to be awesome. So now we're running at about 20 science per minute. We could still triple this down, because we're not really making 60. We're making 45, so we could double it down technically. But we're going to get a speed bonus of 20% and another 40%. So that will be then 20. Running at 28. That will be then running at 36, and then we would already be very close to what we are actually producing. So I think 10 will be fine for now. Once we get these two techs in. Or unless this one gives us more of a bonus. Oh, it does give us more of a bonus. Then we would be actually, I think, almost on par. That will be a 50% bonus increment. And also I kind of miscalculated that horrendous, because I'm getting kind of tired again. But a science speed bonus of 50% would get us up to 30. We're making 45. So technically, if you kind of think about it, let's make some more labs. What are we missing for that mostly? I guess wood? No. Copper? Copper. So, 10 labs is 20 SPM, at least at this moment in time. So, this over there would already be 40% more. Let's just add some more. Let's just see where the number goes. Also, now that we have some more stuff going, the power plant is definitely roaring. How much power do we use right now? 40 megawatts. So we're using just slightly under half of our power plant over there. Nope. That's still the best part. Just all those items flying around. But we can already see that the power plant now really started roaring again, which also means that pollution is starting to spread, which means that we will have to deal with these biters more and more sooner or later. There's some lamps? We have some lamps. There you go. More lap speed, please. Good. A specific SPM? At the moment, we just want to get through the game. I might want to go for a big build after this. I'm not quite sure yet. Kind of depends on what kind of mood I want to have in there. Alright, we're now at a SPM rate of 30. We can go all the way up to 45. But let's wait for this tech over here to finish up. Cooling over here is also going to be interesting. But this is just steam cooling, not coolant cooling. Oh, there's different kinds of plastics apparently. There's plastics and plastics 1. Modules are coming up as well. Advanced silver smelting and casting. Ooh. Alright, 4 minutes for this to continue. You know what? For those 4 minutes to wait, I'll just go to the bathroom real quick, come back with a fresh drink, because this one's empty. And just so the signs over there move for a bit, because at least we now got this lovely little setup going on over there. But I guess we should invest heavily into military science ASAP. We should also invest into making some kind of military force to deal with the biters. And maybe go on a little bit of an expedition. Biter migration is on. And we've definitely already seen some of these nests migrate. Like this one is new. This one wasn't there before, I think. I'm not quite sure. I'm pretty sure this one was the only one that was there over there. So we do need to check out how it looks out a little bit further over here. And we still got some time over there before we need to fix or secure the popnonium over there. But that's gonna be a priority target very, very, very soon. Good. But yeah, quick bathroom break. Let the science roll. And then let's go get some bots in there. And some better science in there. So be right back. Off we go. Also, I should have brought this one back. What the hell? Put you over there for a second. Can't wait for more dedicated ore processing facilities. But for now, let's roll it like this. Let's have a look over here real quick. So, we got 11,000 of the lithium salts over there. We still got 20,000 tin over there. We're currently waiting on more ore to come in from over there. There is a ton of ore still available over here, so nothing to worry about. There's still 750,000 over there, so even though we're kinda terrible on the tin situation, I think it's not too bad. Let's not really go on an expedition. I mean, we're now waiting for science to move. But let's make some radar 2s over there. And put them on the fringes of our base a little bit more. There we go. I still can't make any over there because we need brown circuits for that. 3 of these? That's not enough. What are we missing? Brown circuits. Alright. 6 of these should be enough. Alright, where's also that car we have? There it is. No, that's not the car. That's a dead turret. There's the car. I'm also kind of mostly curious about that adamantium field we have down here. Because I wasn't quite sure if it was 300% mining time or actually 3000% mining time. And whenever we see flickering stuff like that, we're going to fix it right away as well. This was 1200. Okay. So not as bad as I would think it would be. We also got this wood power plant over there, which is a thing, I guess. Okay, we barely can't see over there, but I'm kind of hoping we could at least have a little bit more of a radar coverage this way. That's maybe also... a radar over there doesn't really make a lot of sense. I mostly just wanted to place a radar over there, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, the thing I do find the most curious about this entire setup is still that power pole mod we have installed. Because the way that we now need to figure out how we're going to be actually setting up stuff, especially later in the game, when we get into higher power demand scenarios, is definitely going to be interesting. Alright, we're now sitting at a science rate of about 36 oddish. Which means we're not really at the 45 we have running right now. I guess we add some more labs to it. Let's add 2 more. Yeah, we can definitely afford 2 more. Well, that's 1. That's 2. Ah. 45 is going to be our number we're looking for. We should maybe also think about turning you into a red inserter. We have the Disco Lab mod installed. Disco Science is in there. But either it's not working correctly or maybe it gets overwritten by something else. Also, it's been a while since I looked at a either vanilla or close to vanilla science lab over here. Why not disco? You have to disable it for 4 or 5 streams ago. I forgot. No? Do we? We can check, but I'm pretty sure it's in there. You mean this disco science? Unless there's a setting we disabled and I didn't realize that. No, it's in there, mate. Unless you're referencing a different disco mod. There could be a different disco mod for all I know. But is this not a disco? Like I said, it's been quite some time since I actually looked at the vanilla laboratory. Oh, that one. Yeah, I did disable the one with the annoying music because it was getting very close to like not really a copyright strike, but just getting the video demonetized and then like set into like oblivion. So we deactivated that. Yes, that definitely happened. With the caramel dance mod enabled, this would just be this cacophony of just like, what the fuck is going on over there, you know? Alright, we're now sitting at 41. You know what? 41 I think is fine. Because I can also see that copper over there is slowly... Well, it's actually still fine over there apparently. Don't worry too much about it. Alright, alright. Plastics, robotics. I'm a little bit concerned about plastics though, because we've not really done much for plastics, right? That requires liquid plastic. We don't know how to do liquid plastic. A non-lethal round magazine. What the fuck? Who makes this shit? Non-lethal rounds? 3 physical damage? What the hell? Alright, because for robotics, we do need to... Do we need plastics at all for robotics? For the robot brain, we need circuits, both kinds. The module case. Ah, the module case requires plastics. There we go. Alright, alright. So, plastics. I guess we need to get into plastic 1. Plastic 1 makes plastic out of propene. This plastic tech over there makes plastic out of liquid plastic. So, and you over there, wait a minute, that was the wrong wing. You over there, you make liquid plastic. So, we need to get up some propene processing. Which means it's about time that we start getting into Angel's Petrochem. Petrochemical refining. Let's just get the basic buildings for this real quick. We're probably gonna need like things like the oil gas separator. Let's make one of each and see what we have available. We got a little bit of oil available, so nothing to worry about. But let's get the steam cracker in there as well, the gas refinery, the advanced chemical plant, the chemical plant, and I guess the liquefier, which requires bricks. Good, 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 good. And one liquefier. Alright, let's have a look at Petrochem. It's been a while. Where do we even start? I mean, we got oil over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seeps. If we're gonna tap those, we're also gonna need like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these. We need some more steel. The good thing about Petrochem stuff is it all stays in the pipe. So we just need to pipe it from A to B to C to D. And then we should be fine about that. Steel, 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 steel. 2 more of these, and then we'll be fine as well from there. Alright, let's have a look at these buildings. We got the gas refinery over there. So, you do raw gas into acid gas and natural liquids, or gas fractioning, which does natural gas liquids, which is the second step of this, into methane gas, and butane gas. Alright. This down over here is, there it is, multi-phase oil. We also have gas. Gas is over there, natural gas fields. So that would be more for gas processing. Then, at the same time, we got the oil refinery over there. Not the Tiberium refining, but we should probably also have a look at that sooner or later. We got oil refining, and we got oil and condensates refining. What is the difference is that this over here is just pure crude oil, whereas this over there also puts in some condensates to probably boost our output. Yeah, it boosts our output. Alright, but I think the first step we need to do over there is just crude oil over there, which will give us things like oil residuals, base mineral oil, fuel oil, and naphtha. Alright. Where does it all go into then? Maybe into a advanced chemical plant? The advanced chemical plant over there is the catalytic cracking of acid gas, which requires a green metal catalyst. That's not really something we want to do right now. That's also the only thing we can do over there right now. So we ignore that for a bit. You over there. Natural gas over here can be separated into raw gas, gas condensates, and sulfuric wastewater. What do you take? Raw gas or natural? You take natural gas liquids, and you take raw gas. You make raw gas, right? You do make raw gas. And then we get gas condensate out of that. Alternatively, we can also take in the multi-phase oil, turn that into raw gas and into crude oil. And you work on crude oil, right? Yes! Alright. So the multi-phase oil needs to be turned over there into raw gas, crude oil, and sulfuric wastewater. Alright. So that will be one of the first steps. And then crude oil can go to there, and then the gas refining goes into there. Alright. Alright. Chemical plant Mark II. There's probably also some recipes in here. There's a fuck ton of recipes in here. But I think the more interesting machine will probably be this one over there, the cracker. Because this one over there can crack methane gas into methanol. It can ethane gas into ethylene. Butane into benzene. And the catalytic cracking of naphtha into butadiene and residual gas. We can also turn naphtha over there into propene, as well as methanol into propene. Alright, and what do we need for our lovely plastic recipe over there? The plastic recipe works on propene. We should maybe also have a look over here in general into any kind of petrochemical process. We probably do need the electric boiler because we're probably going to need some steam around. And I don't necessarily want to be running a physical boiler, even though the physical boiler will probably be easier and better at that. There are some other gas processes later on over there. There is more cracking over here as well, but I don't really think we get to that right away. So, easy peasy setup. Let's just make this... Yeah, let's just make this into a more... natural layout. This is not really gonna be like the perfect ratio or anything. It's just gonna be like multi-phase oil in over there, raw gas, crude oil. Crude oil makes these three things. I'm still not quite sure what we're gonna be doing over here with our fuel oil, our butane and stuff like that. Let's open up the little smart book over there, because that will probably help us out quite a bit. Alright, things like naphtha. Naphtha is used in, for example, flamethrower ammo, which we don't care too much about right now. We can turn it into solid fuel if we combine it up with coke. We can turn it into base mineral oil. We don't have the tech for that. Later on, we can crack that into butadiene, for which we do have the tech. What would we do with butadiene then? Butadiene is used in things like liquid rubber, which we can then turn into rubber at some point in time. Rubbers. But what is rubber used for? Rubber is usually used for insulated wire and Macfoot. And the insulated wire is mostly used in tier 4 assemblies, which we are still a little bit further away from. So that's not really something we really care too much about right now. Naphtha, consumed in, used in. We can turn naphtha into propane gas. And then propane straight up into liquid plastic. That is definitely one way of using that. If we just think about, I mean, for now we should probably just focus on the petrochem process just to make the thing we want to make. I would rather have a petrochem machine that just makes one thing and one thing alone, rather than having a machine that makes everything and just gets stuck. So that will at least be one part over there. If we go back to this over there, and we have now a look at the fuel oils. Fuel oil, of course, we can barrel it. We can use it for incendiary ammo, which is going to be really, really fun and good, I guess. Solid fuel, yet again, a good option. Combining it up with residual gas turns it into liquid fuel. We can steam crack it into syngas. We can barrel pump it. We can combine it up into alien flame fluid. We can flare it. I mean, that would always be an option, just flare the gas and then be done with it. But I'm kind of missing... I'm missing a bit of a cracking recipe. I mean, if the only thing we can do with it is turn it into solid fuel, and don't get me wrong, solid fuel over there is pretty solid. And one piece of coke and a bit of fuel oil, turning it into 2 pieces of solid fuel, that's a tremendous amount of fuel. Also, the fuel pollution goes down a bit, which could be good. This 12 megajoules of energy is also equivalent. It's not equivalent to the coke pellet over there, but it's getting close to it. And the piece of coke itself only has 2.5 megajoules of energy. So 2.5 units of megajoule of energy will be turned over there. Basically will be turned tenfold, which is already pretty darn good. But I would... We can run on oil power, absolutely. We probably want to think about making a second power plant, now that I think about it. But at the same time, can't we just crack it into something else that's a little bit more usable? But apparently, we cannot. Unless we go the path of the syngas, but that is for later. Syngas over here can be turned into, or can be used for a whole bunch of interesting processes. So nothing much to do over there with our fuel oil, except for using it for fuel. What about the base mineral oil? The base mineral oil is something that we're going to be needing over there for things like coolant, which we don't know too much about yet. We're going to need it for the polishing compound, which we can start making already. We can turn it into lubricant. We can crack it. Also, we can turn it all into syngas as well. But at the moment, there's actually not a lot of things we can do with it, except turning it into coolant and I guess into polishing compound. Or turn it into lubricant. I guess lubricant will be fine because lubricant is going to be used in a whole bunch of things. Later on, the bearings over there require lubricant. The electric motors require lubricant. Consumer machinery requires that. Alien frost extract. Lubricated mining drills are gonna need that. Yeah, I guess it will all be turned into lubricant. That'll be fine. Alright. So that's for your output. What is your output again? Your output over there is gonna be acid gas and natural gas liquids. When this plate will have long vegetable-shaped objects, mineral oil could be applied to. Well, there is a thing in here. Alright, let's make these bots go faster. And then, since science is running, let's just research all the fun things we would really, really want to have. Strongbox? No, that's a reinforced one, okay. Let's get these in there. No, but put all of the good fun stuff in there. Alright. Back to petrochem. Raw gas. Raw gas is... No, wait. Raw gas. Natural gas liquids. There we go. Natural gas liquids can be turned into methane, ethane, and butane. We can also later on turn it on if we have some syngas into more methane, ethane, and butane, as well as some carbon monoxide, which is fine. If we combine it up with gas liquid, gas condensates, we get more naphtha. So this is more like a shift. Either make more methane or make more butane. Or probably one that is going into the middle. That is fine as well. Methane gas. We basically want to be able to turn methane over there into propene, if possible. Which technically no way of cracking would allow you to be able to do that. How many hours have we played in this one? Already quite a bit, but we kind of lost a lot of time because we had Rampant installed. And Rampant was kind of putting us into a corner where we couldn't get out of, which was kind of annoying. So we lost quite a bit of time with fucking around with Rampant. Benzene gas over there. We can... Wait a minute, what's it again? Sorry, go back for one more. Yeah, butane, we can steam crack into benzene. That makes sense. And then benzene, we can... we don't really want to go to ethyl benzene. We don't really want to go down into phenol. I don't really want to barrel it either. I mean, worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, we're going to have a oil setup that makes plastic, and every liquid we can't use, since it's oil, it's combustible, we'll just throw it to a power plant. But I'm okay. Let's have a look at... I think we need one of you, right? Yeah, because over here we get methane, ethane, and butane. Which we can, technically, methane, ethane, and butane. Methane, we can turn into methanol. Ethane, we can turn into ethylene. Butane, we can turn into benzene. And then we got some other cracking recipes which require the catalysts. Methanol, we can... Oh, methanol, we can turn into propene. Oh. So, our methane, we could turn into methanol. And then we take our methanol over there and turn that into propene. That's you handled. You over there, you are ethane, but we don't really get another cracking setup for you, right? Where does the ethane go? And then butane, we can crack into benzene. And where does the benzene go? Methanol and naphtha can be converted to propene. Yeah, we have a path for... We basically have a path for the lightest one. As well as one for the heaviest one. But for none in the middle. Maybe in the advanced chem plant? Let's have another look. We got all the buildings over there. Here, let's put you down over there. Nah, the advanced chem plant does nothing. What about the normal chem plant? That is to making methanol. That would be the other way of doing it. Using green metal catalysts, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen to make methanol, and then go into plastics over there. That goes into formaldehyde. That goes into liquid resin. We should have the plastic recipe unlocked. Where is the plastic its own little thing over there? No, the plastic is done in the liquefier. Wait a minute, the liquefier. Pum, 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 pum. What's missing? The only thing that's missing is that I kind of want to check what we can turn into what. It's just a little bit confusing. So we just need to check every angle real quick. So yeah, propene is gonna be our primary target at the moment. We can turn the methane gas over there into propene. Naphtha has a way of getting into propene. We saw that. Was that from a cracker? Yeah, this one with red metal catalyst. Let's have a look at red metal catalyst real quick. Red metal catalyst is iron ore and copper ore in a metal catalyst carrier. Pretty cheap. The green one is a bit more expensive. The green is aluminum and silver, which technically we can do. Practically, we're not touching that yet. But red metal catalyst is really, really not too hard to do. So we could set up something for this over there. So our butane over there, we can also work with. The fuel oil over there, we can't really turn that into anything except into power, which I think is fine. We could just turn it into power. And our mineral oil over there will be turned into things like lubricant. That is probably also fine. Sadly, I can't really go the path I wanted to go by just kind of consolidating everything into like the same thing. But that is fine as well. Where is... I'm not seeing it in here. Because I'm looking at the wrong window. I need to look at this over there. What about the residuals? What can we do with those? Used in residual gas. Wow. Oh, really? Is this going to be one of those? Ah, boo. Residuals we can't use to do anything until we know how to crack them. Which requires... It's not too far away, at least. And we can do it in a steam cracker 1, so that's fine, that's fine. But residuals will be turned into residual gas, which we can then use to boost our overall production. This is then also where we can get access to things like mineral oil and fuel oil to turn all of that into syngas. And then from syngas, that's going to be like the better way of doing stuff. From syngas, we can get back to methane, ethane, and butane. We already know that methane over there, for example, is a good outlet for things like plastic. At the same time, we can also turn it into... We can just split it into carbon monoxide and hydrogen. We can catalyze it into... I guess more methane gas? We can combine it up with a red metal catalyst and carbon monoxide into straight up naphtha. Which is actually not too bad. We could just turn then all of that syngas. Actually, that's the way to do it then. We just turn our fuel oil and our mineral oil straight up into syngas. We add more red metal catalyst to it and a little bit of carbon monoxide. Turn it into naphtha. Then turn the naphtha into propene. Propene into plastic. At least for the first plastic recipe until we get to the second plastic recipe. And then things will be different. Alright, but that is... It's a little bit sad to see that that is a blue tech though. I would have hoped we could do that beforehand. So we might just have to end up with flare stacking or flare gassing a couple of things because we just can't use them for anything. Which I kind of dislike. Alright, either way. Let's get into a little bit of cracking. My inventory is full. There is too many dildos in my inventory. 1 moment, please. Car. You're gonna be the most magnificent ride ever. There we go. Here, FF. You're gonna be the party van. Whenever that car shows up, everybody's gonna have a good time. Alright, the oil's to the south of us. Also, science is about to run out. Wait a minute. Did science break down? Or is that just... No, it's fine. It's because some of these are faster and some of these are slower. That we need to build. Bulk inserter. Sure, why not? Put the cooling in there. Put the rocket boosters in there. I guess the paper processing, the modules, the wood processing. I'll just put in all the tech in there so that we can get through it. Also, it's kind of far away. I should have taken the car. We're walking now. Alright, we got some oil down here. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, she rotated it. can't write anything if everything over there is a full physical pipe. There we go. Alright, this over here is going to make us, what's it called again? It's going to be making us multi-phase oil. 18, 29, 39, 41, 61, 68, 78, exactly 80 per second if it would be running at full speed. The first thing we need to do is, I guess, the oil-gas separation of this. That's probably something we can already start doing at this stage of the... Can you get the fuck out of there? There we go. Because we get the multi-phase oil in there and we just want to kind of split it apart. We will need 2 of these. 2 of these is going to be splitting everything apart that we need over there. Good. We are also going to be getting certain liquids over there, like sulfuric wastewater. I will probably be putting some sulfuric wastewater onto the train network, but not all of it. Like for certain processes, like for example this one over there, where I'm getting the feeling that we're only going to be doing like a little bit of sulfuric wastewater. We will probably just end up putting it into a train and then probably sending it over to maybe this place over there where we can start processing it, or maybe we just process it on site. I'm not quite sure yet. That is still kind of open. You over there, and then you over there. Good, but these 2 over there should now be able to make one process all of the oils that we're making over there, or at least separate it. It's gonna be all over the place, isn't it? Oh yes. Alright, that's already in. We don't really have all the power pools we need in our pocket. We can make 1. Alright, let's get the card. Alright, I guess we just do... I mean, we don't really need to set up a big oil processing line yet. I guess we can just start working over there for like a little bit. Just get going with whatever we need and just start making it. We probably do need these, but we don't need those. Cleaning up my inventory for a bit. There's a science pack in my inventory. Yeah, science is going at a decent rate now. Alright, let's pick up some more iron and probably also some more bricks and everything else we need. And some steel. Because we probably have to pocket craft at least a couple of these machines we're gonna need. Let's also pick up some tin, because why not? Let's maybe not pick up that solder I just picked up, because we really do not need that. There we go, have this. I'm picking up more solder. Have some more of these. Good, at least that should give us a bit of everything. While we're here, wow. Oh, the reason why you're this slow is because the inserts are slow. Speed it up, mate. Ah. That should do these over there a little better. You make 90. This is... We could technically put 2 more in there, but I think for now this is fine. These 2 are also holding well up. Perfect. Oxygen is also fine. Some more random tech. I'm just going to put in stuff that looks kind of interesting, even though we might not need it. Just fill up the tech tree all the way. Alright. Then back to petrochem. Back to mostly power pools. That was the main reason. And for that, we actually out of copper of all things. That's the whole reason why we can't build anything. There we go. Let's make also 5 more of these. And let's take the car. Or as we call it, the party van. There we go. How's also the storage of slag over there? There's 2 train shipments in there, so sooner or later we should do something with that. Let's get power from over there, because I kind of have the feeling that when the power is coming in from the top, that we're going to be building more stuff over there. And also, do we need some liquid tanks for this? I'm kind of thinking of maybe putting in a couple of these inline tanks. Just so that we have like a little bit just standing over there, ready to go. Alright, you get power over there, you get power over there, you get power over there, you get power over there. You're gonna get your power switch for there. You probably also need a connector for that. That will be over there. You in, you out. There we go, power's going. Let's also put in the 2 capacitors that we're probably gonna need over there. And with this process over there can already start going by separating things like sulfuric wastewater over there, raw gas, and crude oil over there. And we can also see that we are definitely doing fine over there in our oil production compared to our oil gas separators over there. So this is already a decent start. Alright, I guess crude oil processing will be over there, gas processing will be over there, sulfuric gas will probably either be processed on-site or will be handled somewhere, somehow on-site. We'll see about that. What was the next step? The next step is, I guess, again, no, gas refining is first, or oil refining in this case, oil refinery. Let's put you down over there, just so that we have another look at you. It's going to be this process. You're going to be consuming up to 16.6 crude oil. We're making over here technically up to 70. It's a bit less than that. But 2 of these would be about 33. I guess 5 of these is what we're going to need. So let's set this up over here. And then 2, 3, 4, I think 5 will be fine. Should maybe check where the input is. I got lucky. Alright, and classic output. Sadly, we don't have any construction bots yet, so I have to build all of this by hand. Fuck. Let's ghost that in real quick. I might just put her in a corner or something like that, because these... If she keeps on flipping around pipes the entire time, I'm just gonna be like, here, you there, in the corner, now. You're getting detention. Or she's gonna behave, and she's actually not gonna turn around anything at all. Except standing in the way. Get the fuck out of there. There you go. They do spew out something. That is correct. We do get the residuals over there, but we do have long inserters for that. So we don't need to worry about that too much. Like, at some point in time, let's just build this as a placeholder. At some point in time, something will go through this pipe. And then we can use Mr. Longhans over there to put whatever we have over here in the residuals onto a belt over here. Let's just also put down the belt. As much as we can. We are out of belts. Okay, let's pick up some stuff real quick. Just to keep us, to remind us that there is something going on over there. While we're at it, 1, 2, 3. In you go, in you go. Out you go. Limit you to that. Limit you to that as well. You do pipe. You do pipe to underground. That will be useful for later. Alright, rocket boosters coming in. Pace processing, sure, why not? Let's get red and green signs done as much as we can. Also, we technically now have the ability to make somewhat better pods, but they're still going to be kind of slow. These are the logistic pods we can now make. They run at the speed of about, let's say, 15 kilometers per hour. If we compare that to the crawler pods, okay, they're 3 times as fast. It's still going to be slow. You park it over there. Not over there, please. Alright, you already start this process over here. We don't really have a big warehouse in the pocket, but we can put down a silo for now. Just to get rid of the stuff. Alright. The downside is, if we do want to do red and green catalyst, we would need to bring those ores all the way over here. That's a bit of a troublesome thing, isn't it? As the ores are all the way over there. Well, let's set up these processes first. We can still think about if we want to do the catalyst stuff, or if we don't want to do it. But either way, we're gonna have to do these steps either way. Gas refinery next. Catapult and catalyst. Maybe. Thinking about it. All right, how much natural gas do we get off this? We get 20. Or over here, we get at maximum 20. So one of these will be enough for the gas processing. But I guess we're going to need a second one for the step after that. Where's the gas processing, gas refinery? Gas. I kind of want you the same distance as this one over there. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. That goes into there. We get out of this acid gas as well. What do we do with the acid gas again? I mean, acid gas we should be able to process. Acid gas. We can catalyze it. Oh, is that the only thing we can do with it? Really? Only this? really want to do that. I also don't really want to avoid it either. Ah, green metal stuff? Really? I mean, we get useful hydrogen sulfide out of that. We get hydrogen fluoride gas out of that. But the bigger question is, do we have a use for those? Hydrogen sulfide is a bit of an annoying gas to work around with. It's also the one that smells like rotten eggs, because that is the main rotten egg recipe, or stink. If we oxygenate it, we can turn it into sulfur. If we steam crack it, we can enrich it. Well, that's for a later recipe. So the only thing we could do is to hopefully turn that into sulfur. Alright. Yeah, moving the catalyst, actually that would probably be a fun setup actually. The more I think about it, having like a little bit of a catapult jockey setup from all the way down over there to say probably somewhere over there. Yeah, I think I'm down for that. Alright, let's move you over a little bit more, because that will be the next step over there. You do that in the rate of 20. Yeah, it'll be fine. These technically go 1-to-1. We're just going to do it like this. It'll be fine. We could have maybe built it differently, but I kind of like this. This kind of looks kind of neat. This also feels kind of silly. Mostly due to the fact that we will probably not be connecting to anything on the left and to the right over there. But that's only there for aesthetics at the moment. Alright, with this, we're now making methane gas, and butane gas. And over there, we got our mineral oil, our fuel oil, and our naphtha. Too crazy that this in a row end up let's do this, but you have 60 minutes to hand over your laptop and GTFO. Wait, what? I think I'm missing something over there. Alright. It's also getting close to midnight. Which means it's getting close to Path of Exile time. I should actually get my sleep cycle a little bit better under control, because I need to be up at, I think, 10 AM on Wednesday to catch my train. Oh, modules. All of them. Yes, please. Yes, please is the answer. Wait a minute, what do we actually need for the first level of modules? Okay. Silver is gonna be the magic ingredient over there. Okay. Map. Alright. Yeah, the advanced chemical plant for the catalysts. That will make sense. Let's do that. Steam crackers? I don't think we're in steam cracking range for here, right? We can steam crack the methane into all of that, into methanol, and then the methanol, crack it again into propane. That's gonna be one step, but not like that. Wait a minute. Like that. There we go. Right? Like that. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright. You're also running out of pipe and everything. The residual gas goes... We could... Yeah, well, we can do over here to make this a little bit easier to work with. We can do something like this. Let's ghost this for now, because else I would need to build and rebuild this quite often, which would be kind of annoying. But this way we can put in the main input at the bottom over there, and then it all gets processed over there. You do require up to 50 methanol gas, and you only make up to 20. So this is not a 1-to-1. This is a 2.5-to-1. Yeah, 2.5-to-1. And down here, we're making about 12.5 of this gas. So you will be you will not be operating at full speed. That's currently the situation we're in. But, and now we need to take another good look at this. What the fuck do we do with our ethane gas? We can turn it into ethylene. And our butane into benzene. And our naphtha into propene. Water gas shift, reverse water gas shift, saline electrolysis. Yeah, it really is just that the better recipes we're looking for, we just don't have them right now, which is a bit of a shame. So option number 1, flash stack it. Option number 2, store it, then flash stack it. I think we're going to go for option number 2. We're going to make a small storage for it, not too big. But what we should do with the plastic that we make over here, we should focus the plastic that we make over there into red circuits. There we go. Paper making. Paper making is a requirement. What the hell? Yeah, because for red circuits over there, to make red circuits, we need basic electronic components, transistors, red circuit boards, and solder. Red circuit boards are made out of phenolic boards, copper plate, tin plate, and ferrochloride solution. Phenolic boards are made out of paper and liquid resin. Let's have a look at the resin. And then transistors are made out of silicon wafers, silver wire, and plastic. The wafers are just made out of monosilicon, and monosilicon comes out of silicon casting, so that's the thing. That's what you're doing? Yeah, I mean, we could just immediately flare stack it, but I would rather try to use as much as possible. Also, we got extra trash slots! Fuck yes! But about the resin. No, wait, there it is. Resin. There you go. But we need resin, liquid resin number 1, right? Oh, wait, what? Liquid resin. Urea and formaldehyde? No, wait a minute, something has come off. Sorry. Resins out of liquid resin. Okay. Okay, it is the urea gas and the formaldehyde. Okay. I kind of thought that would maybe be a later tech. Or clarifiers, yeah, but I'm usually not really the biggest fan of voiding stuff, because it always feels like such a waste. Oh, hello there. Shake your booty! What a great name. Thank you so much for the lovely raid. First time raid even. Megatron! Get over here! Shake your booty's raiding us. Come up with a clever pun. Did you also take that? Yep, he did. Perfect. I had to double check that real quick. Sorry, we're currently... You missed the raid message? Don't worry, the others got you covered. We do have somebody who can shake a booty over here. Don't ask why we got this installed. We're very lonely over here. We usually use her as a human bullet shield against the biters around us. Sadly, we don't really have that many biters around us anymore, even though we do have all the fun biters around us. We used to have Rampant installed, but Rampant sadly got uninstalled because it was just taking too much time off our hands. But at the same time...
Megatron's voice takes on a robotic mechanical tone. Ah ha 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 ha. Fools. You think I care about your shake your booty nonsense? Ha! I am Megatron, the Lord of Destruction, not some dancing fool. But I suppose it's time to make an example out of these raiders. Pauses. Ah, yes. Here's a pun for you. Why did Megatron go on a diet? Because he wanted to lose some bites. Shh, Laugh now, mortals.
We're playing
now,
heavily
prepare
modded.
to face
Don't worry
the
about
wrath
it.
of Megatron and his loyal Decepticon army. Your raiding days are over, you.
What the fuck? What the fuck, man? Don't worry about spoilers. We're playing heavily modded. We're playing probably stuff you will not see until you go into mods yourself. If you're playing vanilla, and if you're playing first time, enjoy it. Because I've been playing Factorio for multiple thousands of hours. Probably multiple 10,000s of hours. Oh, please send help. So we just kind of play different stuff as always. Thank you so much for the follow, mate. Yeah, we're playing heavily modded. We're playing one of the more original first mod packs that came out for Factorio out a while ago, which is Angels and Bobs, or Bobs and Angels, depending on which order you want to pronounce it. And it's far, far, far from Vanilla Factorio, because in Vanilla Factorio, basically, if you want to make iron plates or any kind of plates, you basically throw your ore into the oven and out comes a plate. Over here, it's a bit different. Over here, we need to kind of sort the ores. We don't have iron ore. We don't have copper ore. We got things like crotinium. We got sterotite. We got givolite. We got more crotinium. We got sanguinite. We got adamantite. We got a whole hecking lot of ores. We got tiberium ore because, of course, we installed the tiberium ore mod, which is also turning out to be a small problem because this stuff is growing uncontrollably and we need to do something about that. We got the Bob Biters installed. We had Rampant, but we took it out because it was not manageable anymore and our progression was too slow. We got the Weird Girlfriend mod installed because why not install a Weird Girlfriend mod? Because girlfriend mods are just, well, we're kind of lonely, as I said. Shake your booty. Thank you so much for coming over. Have fun with the game. And enjoy it. Play however you want to. That's the most important part about Factorio. Don't worry about what other people say. Just make your own stuff and enjoy yourself, because that's how you should play the best, in my opinion. Destroy the nodes just to stop the tiberium from growing. True. But for one, we need to get there. And keep in mind that, how to put it, tiberium does hurt our lovely little feet over there. Is this you hinting you want to play this game on multiplayer? No. If I would open up the server in multiplayer, I would go to sleep, and the next morning everything would be done. That's also mostly the reason why I don't really play multiplayer Factorio, because I want to suffer in my own bile. There we go. It would probably be a war crime to invite another player into this one. They're going to be like, hey, you, clean my shit up, please. We also got this weird mod installed over here that gives us like villagers and colonists and dissidents, and I guess they require a new set of dildos. Don't ask where the dildos are coming from. They are in my inventory. They're constantly spawning in my inventory. Rumor has it that she is putting them in my inventory. Yes. But we can't burn dildos for power, so that's a good part of this game at the moment. We're currently also in the setup of getting rid of our old base. You might notice that our lights are flickering over there every now and then. Because we got another mod installed, and the mod is not called Flickering Lights. No, quite the opposite. You're supposed to use it on her. I'm actually not quite sure. I can't even give it to her. Like, I can't even interact with her. The only way I can interact with her is, wait a minute. Come over here, little one. Don't worry about it. Nothing bad will happen. Here, catch. She does respawn right away. We do have one mod installed, which I do enjoy quite a bit, actually, because it does kind of force you to build differently. And that is the... what's it called, actually? It's called the Power Overload mod. Power Overload makes it so that power poles can only transmit a certain amount of power, and if you go over that, the power poles go boom. For big power poles like this, it goes up to 300 megawatts. For medium power poles like this, it goes up to 60 megawatts. For wooden power poles, it goes up to 10 megawatts. And that 10 megawatts, you hit that faster than you might think. which was very interesting in the early game. So we kind of had to do some weird power splits over there. But it's also kind of interesting in terms of building power plants now. Also, it just cooled down. Because this power plant over there can make up to 43.2 megawatts, at least this half over there. The other half can also make that, but if we would put that all on the medium power pole, the medium power poles would melt down. So we basically bring them together over here at the top via a transformer setting over there, where we then push them into the main power grid over there. And the main power grid only draws as much power from the power plants as it needs to. But there's a slight lag on it. You sometimes see it turn yellow over here. You can fix that by putting down a accumulator here and there. We did that for some of the parts, but not all of the parts. Also, there's more science to be done. There we go. Put these in there as well. Geode processing, put that back in the air. Ejector hatches. We also got Renai transportation installed, which will make it so that things can bounce. Yeah, things are kind of special. At the moment, we just kind of want to prime a bounce pad. That is for grenades, yes. Yeah, put some random tech in there. We're gonna need that. Runs her under a train. That also happens every now and then. I don't even pay attention what happens to her anymore. Good. But all in all, it's going fine. Also, we got the Tiberian power plant. Well, what we think is the Tiberian power plant. Oh! Wait for it. There we go. That's the best part about the power plant. Just those inserters lobbing in all that fuel over a distance. By the way, these burners over there, if you don't know them, these are the Bob burners. The Bob heat furnaces, I think they're called. They get neighborhood bonus. And because they got neighborhood bonus, we kind of want to build them in a way that we have a lot of these in the middle. So they get like 4 times the neighborhood bonus. So they make up to 1.2 megawatts of energy while consuming only a megawatt of energy. So we get 20% bonus for the ones in the middle. The ones on the outside get a 5% bonus because they're sadly on the outside. And the ones in the corner actually lose energy of 10%. But I guess that's fine. I mean, there's always going to be a quarter. Unless we build this in a ring shape, we will always have like somebody on the corner not being efficient. But that's fine. That's fine. We don't need to worry about that. Alright, and currently we're in the magical phase over there of figuring out yet again, because it's been a while, how we can most efficiently run Angel's Petrochem, because in Angel's, oil processing is quite different. As it mostly goes into, well, you start off over here with a multi-phase oil setup. Multi-phase oil will then be split into crude oil and into crude gas, I think it was called, raw natural gas. Raw gas. Raw gas can then be cracked over there, or raw gas will be cracked into natural gas and acid gas. Natural gas over there can be cracked into methane gas, ethane gas, butane gas. The methane we can turn, we already set it up over there. The methane we will be turning over there into methanol, and the methanol we will be turning over there into propene. So that we can then turn the propene into plastic, because we've got a propene plastic recipe. Over here, the naphtha, we will be turning into propene directly. And then from propene, we will be turning that into plastic, so that will be that part. But for the fuel oil, we don't really have much of an output yet. And for the mineral oil, we don't really have much of an output yet. The mineral oil, we're probably going to be turning that into lubricant. The fuel oil, we'll probably turn that into some kind of power plant. But on the other side over there, the ethane gas and the butane gas. Don't ask what happened to propane gas, because propane gas apparently does not exist. Even though we kind of end up with propene over there. Sure. So be it. But yeah, we still need to figure out a decent thing to do with our butane gas and our ethane gas. But at the moment, apparently the best solution we can come up with is store it in a big gas tank. Hope that we don't need it right now. And then once we get to blue tech, we can turn that stuff into something more useful, which I think will be the way we're going to be doing this. Also, we're kind of running out of tech again. I'm just going to put in some more random techs real quick. Good. Alright. But we were kind of looking at red circuits while we got raided. That's why we kind of got distracted. So, to get to... Seems I have a gas problem. Have you consulted your doctor? Nah. My gas is perfectly fine being lethal as it is. I mean, if I had lethal gas, why the fuck would I go to a doctor? I mean, I would end up killing him by accident. Alright, red circuits. For red circuits, we do need paper and liquid resin. And the plastic we need for the transistors. So we do need both resin and plastic. We need both of them. Alright. I wasn't really too aware of that. Plastic is over there, resins is over there. And then not quite sure why we would need this resin, because I'm pretty sure... Actually, no, that's... Wait a minute. Let's double check that real quick. You need liquid resin, so I think we never need to go to the physical resin realm over there. But we do need to end up with some liquid resin, and for that we needed to take a look at our urea processing. That was the whole thing. Urea gas, there we go. Urea gas is made up out of ammonia gas and carbon dioxide gas. That's pretty straightforward, but we need to set up an ammonia process. And ammonia is yet again red metal catalyst. But that should not be too bad. We should probably set it up real quick. We should probably make a quick ammonia plant. Let's make a quick ammonia plant. Gas problem, don't light a match. Technically, funnily enough, if the gas problem is too severe, you can light a match. If the gas problem is not severe enough, you can light a match. If the gas problem is just right, don't light a match. Because gas does not explode if the mixture between oxygen and gas is not optimal. What does it? I think it needs like a 4% mixture of gas and I think just natural air, not per se pure oxygen, for it to be able to explode and ignite. But if it's like too high, it will not ignite. If it's too low, it will also not ignite. Which is a kind of bit of a fun fact. Alright. We need some chemical plants. Let's at least set up some ammonia processing. Pom. Yeah, make these chemical plants. We're probably also going to need a couple of these. And for that, we mostly need bronze. We got a whole chest of bronze over there. By the way, we're definitely overstreaming for like a little bit. Mostly because we just got a lovely rate in. But also, since I don't have to worry about work for tomorrow... We're just going to overstream a bit. Alright, nitrogen. Best way to get nitrogen is from the air. We technically are already fetching nitrogen from the air. It's probably... you know what we should do? We should probably make a proper nitrogen-oxygen setup. And if you kind of remember a bit in the past, it's been a while. When did we do that last? I think it was in Pyanodons. Where we always had the issue that we're not quite sure how much nitrogen we need, and we're not quite sure how much oxygen we need. And we came up with a system that fills up 2 tanks, and it will either fill them up, and it will only fill them up if we go under a certain level or over a certain level. We make 2 of these. Snow day? Nah. Quit my job day. More or less. So, let's make that oxygen setup right over here. Here looks like a good spot for that. No, we do need to wait for all those pocket crusts to finish up. Meh. Well, we can at least do this ghost-wise. Here we go. Pom. Air separation. Not this one. That one. Into both of these. Alright. Can we ghost these? We can ghost these. Cool. And if we kind of think about it, we got a big oxygen setup already right over there. Let's use that one. And we can just pipe it over if we need to. Don't really want to make 2 long pipes. But if we... Who honked? Who's about to go? Are you about to go? But we can use this setup over here. We will need some air tanks for this. And for now we need... Okay, we no longer need this. We got this at home. Also, stop doing this for a second. We got pipe at home over there as well. Also, a snow day over here in the region of Germany where I live? No. It's never snowing over here. Do we want the Jack's pressure tank? I think I would rather have the petrochem tank. They require steel. Alright, Jack's pressure tank it is. Does mod have a tech to turn nitrogen into fertilizer? The farming part of this mod is not that well developed. That was one of the things they kind of worked on last, which is the entire bioprocessing over here. I think they were working on that before the mod kind of slowly but surely kind of went into stale mode. There is fertilizer. There you go. Which is a combination of compost and urea gas. Or fertilizer and alien goo. There's also the phosphate process over there. There is a bit of fertilizer going around, and you do need that for like the better tree recipes and everything like that. But this entire bioprocessing line over there, you don't really need it, I think, if I remember it correctly. Because that's coming all into farming number 2. And farming unlocks things like the basic farm and the bioprocessor, and then you can start unlocking things like swamp farming, which will start making something like zombie eucalyptus, or it will make things like sunscress, whatever the fuck that is. And I'm not quite sure what you even use that for. You can make beans though. Beans! Maybe they improved this, because it's been a while. The last time I actually remember playing Bob's and Angels, this part over there was still kinda shit. to say it nicely. Alright, let's cut this for a second. So, we need that flip-flop mechanism. Need one over there, one over there. I guess we don't need you. That'll be fine. So, these can always be working. We probably want some lamps for there real quick. Here we go. Alright, that's a little bit brighter. So, how do we do that again? We basically... Can we? Make 2 of these real quick. Good, you out of power, that's fine. Okay, we cannot connect the wire to it. Fair enough. Which means we're gonna need to have a pump attached to it. Where's the pumps at? They should be in here, right? That's where all the pipes are. That's where all the inserts are. Where's the pump? Ah, down there. All right, 2 pumps. Going at the rate of 600 per second is probably fine. Garden processing, sure. Let's research it. Stronger explosives, yes please. Zip line, whatever. Fluid canisters. There's the boat. Oh, there's more smelting still to be done? Sure, why not? Alright, where's my pumps? Over there's one. So you over there, and you over there. Alright, then we will need some combinators. I think it was just 2 combinators to set it all up. I'm gonna mirror these, so they are not connected yet. Once we're good, I'm gonna mirror them in place. But so that they are just like sitting around and are being ready. Good. Then we need to know what you have. we need to know what you have. So we always know both liquids that are available, and then we need a couple of conditions. When is this pump going to be active? Basically, two conditions. Or two groups of conditions. The output signal is going to be the active signal, whatever the active signal will be, like a check mark or something like that. Like when we send a check mark, the pump will be on. The pump will only be on if... Yeah, I remember. Let's have a look at these signals real quick. We could, of course, use any wildcards and stuff like that, but I would rather have these mapped to what we want to have over here. One of them will be oxygen, and one of these will be nitrogen. Nitrogen, there we go. Good. This one over there is the first pump. This one over there will start venting nitrogen. When do we start venting nitrogen? If nitrogen over there is larger, then we can hold 350,000 over there. So if we're close to full, like 330,000, and if we are almost out of oxygen, that means we need more oxygen. And yeah, if we're low on oxygen, and we get into a situation where we can't make more oxygen because we got too much nitrogen, then we start venting nitrogen over there. And you are basically the flip one over there. You'll be... Right? You're basically going to be this in flipped, right? So... Yeah, let's just super flip it. This, that. And 330,000. Is it really that big, this tank? Yeah, 350,000. Good. And then you go into there. And you go into there. And you will only be enabled if the check mark is given. Yeah, there was still a little bit in there, but that's fine. That's now gone. Alright, so both of these will now be making stuff the entire time. These over there will be constantly, non-stop, filtering the oxygen out of the air. Of which we maybe want to make a couple more of these. I mean, I got one in my pocket. We can probably make two more, because they're not really working that optimally at the moment. Yeah, make four more. So then we're constantly making oxygen, and we're constantly making nitrogen. And if we're low on nitrogen and high on oxygen... Wait. What's the tank? That is the Jax 35 pressure tank. It's one of Angel's add-ons in the storage mod part. I'm not quite sure if this is correct. No, it should be correct. Yeah, if we are low on nitrogen and high on oxygen, then we start venting oxygen so we can make more nitrogen. If we are low on oxygen and high on nitrogen, then we start venting nitrogen to be able to make more oxygen. Yes. I also just noticed that these machines over there eat pollution. We're gonna move them. We're gonna move them to where the power plant is, to curb this over here a little bit. We can, if we kind of think about it, we can also bring oxygen and nitrogen in via a train. It would make sense. Because I don't necessarily want to have all of that going on in a pipe all around the base. Time for big, massive oxygen works? I guess so. Alright, this over here can stay. How's bullets in the turrets looking? Should be fine. They should all get supplied over there. Also, we're not getting as attacked anymore. As long as we're now back to vanilla Victoria mode. As long as we don't pollute them, they will not come. If they come, they get polluted or something like that. Since we uninstalled Rampant because it was just too much, we couldn't handle it anymore. Which is a bit sad, but it does kind of want me to do like a pure Rampant run at some point in time. Or at least a Rampant optimized run that maybe does not have Angels installed, because yeah, we were like non-stop just manning the walls, repairing the walls, and once we're done on one side, we had to go to the other side and fix them over there. But I think a pure Rampant run could be fun, but it will probably also take a while before we get to that. No promises to when it will happen, but only that I do want to do it at some point in time. Alright. But yeah, if these over here actually do consume pollution, then I do want them around my power plants. And then at the same time, I don't really think... we should be a little bit careful with that, because the flare stack over there... Okay, we already built them over there. Flare stacks over there do cause pollution, but not that much. Chemical plants, how much pollution do they cause? Not that much, actually. Less than I expected. It would be funny if there was an air compressor that could also do a little bit of pollution cleanup if you include an air filter in the recipe. I think that exists, actually. I think that is a thing, actually. Polymer guns. There is the pollution cleaning module over there, but that only reduces pollution. Funnily enough, I think to... can we put mods in this one over there? Yeah, we can. But we cannot put any of the pollution modules in there. But I think if we put a speed module in one of these, it will actually end up cleaning up more pollution, because the way of how speed modules work. Can we pocket craft one of these? No, we need plastic and silver for that. But they do eat 7.2 pollution. And we mainly just want them around over there. Like, I don't really care about pollution going this way, but more at the bottom. But that does kind of mean that we need to make a couple of these. And a couple means let's pick up all the bricks we have. I think... Was it in Prestorio? Somewhere. In one of the mods we played, at some point in time, somewhere, there was something exactly like that. Where there was like a pollution eating mechanic in there. Which you could use to do certain things. I do enjoy that. That's also one of the things I do really enjoy, for example, in Captain of Industry. Where you can just pipe all your output pollution into a pipe. And then you can send it over to like your pollution scrubbers. And then you start scrubbing your pollution. And once you're scrubbing your pollution, you get like a whole bunch of useful resources back out of it. It's something I really do enjoy. Like recycling processes like that, where you just like take stuff from one end and put it into the other end. I think there's also in Bobs and Angels something like that, but it's somewhere, I think. No, science is dead. What the fuck happened? Well, good thing we're gonna check over here real quick. No, seriously, what the fuck happened? I mean, it's not a resource issue. We're out of green because we're out of inserters, because we're out of iron. But there is iron. Because we are out of manganese? We're not out of manganese. We're out of... Did I cut the sulfuric acid pipe by accident? No, we never had a sulfuric acid pipe to begin with. We had a train for that. And I think we broke this? Question mark? It's not being done over here. Wait a minute. What happened? Bum, 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 bum. There is sulfuric acid available over there. Contaminated water backed up. Because of wet contaminant backing up? Oh. Did you finally fill up? Did we not? I think that was part of the process we just never finished. Oh, there's a whole bunch of small things to do at the moment. They're kind of piling up. That's kind of annoying, actually. And the entire time, I'm running around my base from A to B to C to D to E because things are just kind of all over the place. Which is not too bad, but it's getting kind of annoying. I might need to put in like an in-between stream of me just cleaning shit up. Alright, what's the biggest box we can make this one? Now, we're still pocket crafting all of these. Well, let's put it into this box then. I mean, they stack up to 400. Yeah, actually, you know what? This will be fine. That will be very fine. Alright. Yes. I think I call it now, to be perfectly honest. I think I'm good. We're gonna continue this tomorrow, and I think by tomorrow, before the stream, I will probably put in like an hour or two just to clean up things a little bit more over here, because I think a couple of these things over here could just be like a little bit more streamlined. The big project for tomorrow's stream is gonna set up or finalize the oil process over here, which we kind of started already. And I guess for now, we're just gonna store all of the excess oil that we don't need and just start putting it into resin and putting that into plastic. I don't think I will be putting this on a train yet, because the moment you start putting stuff like that onto a train is also the moment where you're going to be making so much of it that even if you put down the storage, you're probably going to have issues with that storage filling up quite fast. So I would rather just kind of try to punch through red circuits as fast as possible to get the blue circuits. So that we can then get into the more advanced blue processes, especially for the entire petrochemical line, because I think most of the petrochemical stuff is stuck in blue circuit stuff, or not blue circuit stuff, in blue science stuff or chemical science stuff. And after that, we can then probably start making our way all the way over to all the other good stuff, like production stuff, tech. Yeah, the syngas one over there is probably going to be the most important one. The catalyst stuff is definitely also something we need to have at least a decent look at. Are you just tired to say a power outage? There is no... If you mean this is normal. This is how it should be. There should not be a power outage. There might be something that's missing power because maybe a random power pole exploded. But power should be fine. I think you're just tired. Alright. Let's call it over here though. I'm good for today. I'm kinda not too tired, but I've done enough for today. Alright. Shake your booty. Thank you yet again for that lovely raid. Also, let me do this real quick. Where are you? Give you a follow. There we go. I'm gonna check you out later. I'm gonna judge your factorial plate. Nah, you're fine, mate. Have fun with the game. Troopan, thank you so much for the lovely raid as well. Thank you for everybody who left a lovely follow today. Jamatya, thank you so much for the resub. Wily Coyote, thank you for the resub. Simbrock, thank you for the resub. And I think that was it for today. Yes, it was. Alright. Last objective for today. Who are we going to raid today? Let's have a peek. Let's have a peek. Sometimes I look on the Twitch main page and see one of the hosted streams and I just go like, oh, what the fuck is that? Not want to call out any names, but... Why is there a big pair of boobs on the front page? Not that I kind of complain about that, but at the same time, what the fuck, man? Twitch, get your shit together. I guess it's Monday. There's not that many people around. Is everybody asleep again? What the hell? Let's have a peek. Man, nobody really in the Factorio category. Mad World is fun. I don't really get mad that much. I might complain about stuff every now and then, but most of the time it's just like, meh. No. We can't not rate. But at the same time... Alright. Let's just have a quick look. What do you do? Who are you? Also, why is this in 1440p? No. And bum. I need a rating target. Mr. Washington, thank you so much for being there as well. Let's see. I remember you. That might be a fun target. It's been a while since we raided you. Let's raid you. Oh, did she? I think she even changed her name. I think it was different than before. But we're gonna raid Sue. If you don't know who Sue is, she's one of the organizers of the Rimworld Hot Potato, and she streams every now and then. And today she streams some Zomboid. So let's get over there and check out her playing some Zomboid. Nevertheless, thank you so much for today. I'll be back tomorrow with more Factorio. And then definitely back on Friday. Maybe on Thursday, because on Wednesday I will be going to Berlin for a day. And on Thursday I'll be coming back from Berlin for a day. So I'm not quite sure how much energy I will have on Thursday to actually stream. But we'll see that on Thursday. If not, I'll just take the day off. But on Wednesday I'm definitely off because I'm not taking my streaming gear with me. No. Also, it would be kind of stupid because I have an early appointment on Thursday morning in Berlin. Of all places. Nevertheless, I'll be back tomorrow, like I said, with more Factorio, more of this. Friday, more beavers in Timberborn. And then next week should probably be a full week of streaming because Monday, well, we'll see next week's streak. What's next week? Nevertheless, thank you so much for today. Have an amazing rest of the evening. And until next time, see you around. Good night.